And now we're live. Auto should be fine. I just haven't set it autoplay. I was manually starting and stopping the stream, but as I said, I can do that. That's why I had the check to say recording, then the so and then finally up. I set it up to low, to very low, so it should be at the 5 seconds. Okay, that is there. Control S.
Okay. Mr. President, would you like to declare Congress open?
Okay. While I do that, I'm just going to go and put Fred on. That was just me quickly setting up. That's just me setting up Fred. Uh, can I just? For them, let me just see. Because it's low resolution. It should be fine. I'm sending it. How low of a low resolution?
I'm not getting any audio on the YouTube stream either. Only through Ninja.
And
Oh.
it should be coming through good.
Oh, right. Sorry. Wrong audio device. Yep. Yep. All good.
Hang on, Miles. I'm just waiting to see if audio comes through from you specifically.
Yeah, you're also running your mic at quite hot. Shouldn't be.
Well, it's not coming through.
Okay, that looks good. That looks good. I'm not. Miles is It shouldn't have. It. It. Okay, mate. Okay. Yep, I can see that. I can see that. I can see that. Oh. I think. I'll. Okay, let's bring that down to. Let's see. Let's drop down to. Sorry, I might not have noticed the flickering. I've just.
Yep. Yeah.
Fine. Yeah, it is. I'm just quickly looking and it looks like it's flickering. I think it is one of my systems, or part of my system is definitely a bit on the overloaded side. I don't know if it's bandwidth that's currently overloaded, because it doesn't look CPU being heavily overloaded. Yep, I've just bring down the video quality to around 1500. Hopefully that should keep it green continuously, but there shouldn't be any drop frames. There should be no. Oh wait,
No, it's streaming at 720.
Could the issue be? I wonder. Oh, I wonder if the issue. I think I know what might be the issue. Does OBS? On your system, in that the CPU that'd be overloaded would probably be the laptop. Yep. No audio. Oh, I wonder if I'm supposed to do that.
No, I've just lost video.
Now you should be back.
My audio is back and my video is back.
I think I know the issue. It's related to the fact that you're not on the. It should be the same with the issue should be very similar with Fred actually. Okay. So I think the issue is because I'm using a different way to import you in compared to myself, Satch, and Alex.
So it's all resolved now?
It should be all resolved. I just need to enable one thing, and now I can actually at least see bouncing.
All right. All right. Let's resume then. So I've posted a link. To the National Congress standing orders into Discord chat. May as well post them a link onto the stream as well for easy access. So the standing orders govern how the National Congress is supposed to operate. I'll read through them so everyone has a good understanding of how the weekend is going to operate. General rules: not to interrupt the chair or other speakers unless you're raising a vote of no confidence, just like in Star Wars. We will have 2 chairs appointed. Just confirming, Alex, you'll be operating as the remote chair again as usual? Or would you like to delegate that?
I would like it if someone else can be remote chair?
Okay. David, would you like to do that?
Yeah, I could do that. So just relay all the Discord content and speak it verbally.
Yep.
Yep, that's
Although
it.
I'm streaming the live Discord feed anyway.
Yes, but we need to acknowledge it in the meeting.
Yeah.
Yep. I'd suggest only formal statements be read out. So the process for that is if you're participating remotely, just put in. I remember we had a massive debate about this years ago. If you're participating remotely, just put your all in capitals statement before what you want to say to have it formally read out over the live stream. Sorry, no, we do have a procedure for this. Sorry, it's motion, question, or comment is the three things. So all in capitals if you're participating in text. Yes, correct, Roger. Everyone is remotely participating except for the people in the live stream. So the minute taker will be the secretary, Alex. And for those of us in the live stream, if you wish to speak, just raise your hand. Excellent. And wait until myself, the chair, acknowledges you before you're able to speak. So when we've had in-person congresses, there would be a microphone right up the front. So the in-person attendees would come up to the microphone and then speak into it, and that would also place them on the live stream. But now we're doing things a little bit differently. Obviously, some things are still getting tweaked. This is our second National Congress being held online, and it's going pretty well so far compared to previous live streams. So for remote participation, So for remote participation, you'll begin it with David or Satch and have something in all capitals like motion, question, or comment, and then Dave will read it out at an appropriate time. Now, nominations for electable positions must be made by the start of business tomorrow. Sometimes we'll extend that, we will modify the standing order in order to enable nominations on the floor in the past. But this year we have a very healthy series of nominations for council, so we're unlikely to do that. So your last chance to nominate for National Council will be up until start of business at approximately 10 a.m. tomorrow. Please do consider running for the council if you're a member. It's an amazing experience, and you can have a really good time. Now, tomorrow you'll get an opportunity to give a speech, so on and so forth, and you present that once. So it's possible to nominate for multiple positions, and then see which one you actually win. Now, motions to amend platform or policies must be announced in writing prior to Congress and may not be proposed on the floor. So this is the caveat to this, the loophole to this is if you're proposing a big new policy or a big change to an existing policy, you have to do it a few days ago. However, it is possible to then modify these amendments on the floor. So if someone has proposed something and you think that's pretty good, but I don't like this aspect or I think it could be better, then you'll have that opportunity to present your own motion to amend that. And sometimes that can actually go through, that can go through against the wishes of the original author, so things can get confusing. But usually we'll have a good bit of discussion and back and forth and tweak the policy proposal motions to amend. Obviously, you've got to present a rationale for that if you're making a motion. And we'll see those in action later today. Announced motions. This is typically your catch-all. The definition of a simple majority is 50% plus one. So that'll simply be a tally of all the votes. So the remote chair or a bot will take the votes from the remote participants, and then the in-person chair will take the votes from the in-person attendees. However, at this time, I think, again, we'll need to reconsider slightly how that operates. We have no vote bot running for us this time, to my understanding. Do we have a vote bot? Does anyone know?
We don't have a vote bot. I will simply count things manually. Everyone must cast their vote in text chat. No verbal votes will be accepted.
Excellent, thank you. And I'll make a brief comment there at the Pirate Party International Congress, their inaugural Congress a couple of years ago, actually, was they attempted to go online for the first time, and they attempted to do voice, I believe it was verbal voting only, a combination of verbal and visual. And it was, as I recall, it didn't work great. They had a number of people in, I think, in Switzerland at the actual conference center, perhaps a half a dozen or a dozen. And then there was another maybe 20 or so streaming in. And so the votes were really, really awful and difficult to count. So using text makes things much, much easier. Moving on. Yep. So as you can see, there's provisions there for us to actually override policy amendments necessarily. So again, everything here is democratic. If a majority wants to go for a certain thing, then that's the way things will go. We can move motions out to committees, which happens quite often, particularly when there's a very intense policy debate. And we can table a discussion for later as well if something's dragging on and we've got other business to complete. Again, that happens often. And we can also postpone items indefinitely. Floor motions are often just for, usually just for things like statements or stuff like that. Sometimes for bigger things. Procedural motions is typically just for lunch breaks and evacuations and adjournments and so on and so forth. So if anyone has any questions or comments about the standing orders, please place them in chat now. Otherwise, I'll shortly call for a vote for National Congress to accept the standing orders. I'll give it just a moment, but there shouldn't be any reason there. All right. A little bit of history there, and beginning your votes. A little bit of history here is that these standing orders have been largely the same for the entire history of the party. This is one of the longest standing unchanged pieces of party history, which we're now participating in. Obviously, they have been tweaked and improved and changed over the years. But this is one of those party legacy instruments which have kept going. Also, another quick point, while that vote's running, a quick point with regards to remote participation. So those of you on the stream will see the votes coming through on Discord. If you're watching the live stream on YouTube, then please feel free to jump on Discord and join the conversation. Voting is restricted to full members of the Pirate Party. So those of you who are only supporters or are international members of the Pirate movement, you're welcome to participate in the discussion, but you won't have voting rights. Now, regarding remote participation, we have an authentication process as well. So that's actually built into our Discord. For full members, you simply message Alex or whoever the secretary is. They'll verify your membership. You just provide some identifying details, and you'll receive the member role on Discord, which will automatically qualify you for the full rights of a member, which includes voting at this stage.
And if you're on IRC, simply message me there and I will know who you are, and identify yourself, and I will remember who you are because there's only a few of you there.
Yep, for years we've worked entirely through IRC up until about 2019, 2020. I'll speak about this more in my President's Report coming up, but one of the initiatives I've headlined is to modernize the party, change some of the platforms, use some more modern platforms, including a transfer of a lot of our things over to Discord. So IRC is not shut down. We do still have an IRC. Some people still use it. Good on you guys. But a lot of our activity has moved to Discord, but not just moved. A lot of new members have come in via Discord, a huge amount of new members, and we've seen more activity since starting the Discord than we have on IRC for many, many years, possibly as long as I can remember. as Discord is a really popular platform. There are a lot of people on it, a lot of pirate supporters or pirate-friendly people there as well. How are we going for time, Alex?
I'd say give it at least another minute to give it the traditional 3 minutes.
Excellent.
But it looks like it's going to be a pass with no opposition at this stage.
Great. Mandra, we've just had John tune in. Are you able to chuck him up on the stream?
Oh, John to tune in. I can put him in.
Yep.
That's fine.
Excellent,
I've
thank
actually
you.
done most of the setup for that.
Great. So I'm really impressed by the number of attendees. It's great to see everyone coming on and watching and participating. The things are a lot more streamlined on Discord with everyone already being authenticated as full members with voting rights. It's really easy to drop in and drop out of the Congress now. You can even take the Congress with you in your pocket and go out for lunch, go out for a smoke, go out and have a drink, and still participate, still listen in, still vote, still have full participation, which is really exciting. I remember one Congress in Queensland quite a number of years ago where lunch went a little bit... We went for lunch. Dave, you'll remember this. Dave and I went out to the Irish pub around the corner from Congress and had a couple of Guinnesses and may have accidentally overshot lunch a little bit. So we had to sprint back and missed a couple of the opening votes. However, that will never happen with a fully online Congress. You can simply take Discord with you and participate from the pub over beers.
Okay.
If you're drinking beers at 10:40 in the morning, no judgment. People do that. Quite a few people do that. Looks like we'll be about to close the votes shortly.
Okay. As I said, John's up, ready to go.
Okay.
He's currently, however, turned off his camera.
That's fine. So we've that's passed with no opposition. Excuse me, one second. All right, let's move on to the next agenda item, outgoing council reports. Myself as president, I will go first, as is tradition. Then I'd like to hear so we have two other reports prepared, the Secretary's report and the Treasurer's report. Before we jump into that, do any other councillors want to present a report or have a report prepared to present? Sorry to put you on the spot like this, but I just want to do a final check. I thought I'd give that offer. Okay, well, I'll present my report first, then... Was that Fred?
Yeah, I don't have anything prepared, but I can say it. Can wing it.
Well, if you'd like to do that, I'd love to extend you that opportunity. So I think I'd like to, based off the agenda, I'd like to hear Alex's report second for the Secretary, and then John's report for Treasurer third, and then Fred will put you fourth. Is there any objections to that?
I'd say put Fred in front of John.
Okay, so myself, Alex, Fred, John. Okay, let's go with that. So hopefully most of you have seen me around. I've been quite a visible figure over the last few years, deliberately so. And there are very clear reasons for that. But I'll deal with more recent events first. The year of 2020 has been one of major international significance, as not since the GFC in 2010 has a single event had such massive global impact and required extensive government policy response. It's been covered extensively with sharply differing policy proposals, but coming from different locations on the ascended political hyperspectrum. Globally, a science and evidence-backed response has predominated, thankfully, with the aim being positive public health outcomes. However, while the health side has understandably been the primary concern, there's been another aspect of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has been of key relevance to the Party Australia platform. In 2020, we saw the Australian government end poverty for 9 months. At the start of 2021, we saw them return poverty to Australia as a matter of direct policy, resuming business as usual towards an exploitative societal model, which punishes people for being economically inefficient. The sudden positive shift in mental health, civic participation, and creative pursuit across society were direct proof that the COVID supplement for Centrelink, and by extension a universal basic income, an unconditional payment to people who need it, is a policy that only has positive outcomes for the future of Australian society. This policy, our negative income tax, has been a winner in transforming the PPRU platform when it was introduced about 5 years ago. It's gained a significant attention and interest from all over Australia and internationally. If we're to continue to grow and thrive as a party, we must similarly continue to adapt our platform towards an innovative and utopian vision of the future. I am obviously the outgoing president, Miles Whittaker. I'll intend to re-nominate for the National Council as president tomorrow. So it's in this spirit of innovative and utopian futures that in late 2018, when I was first elected to party president, I had a vision of transforming the party to modernize the way that we do promotion and outreach, and in the process modernize the party. I knew that historically we never had the numbers to run a traditional election campaign, although that didn't stop us trying for years. I knew that the 2019 federal election may be the last one we contested. I'm still incredibly proud of the many veteran members who knew this too and came back for one last big effort to send us out with a bang. I'll make special mention to Mark Gibbons for his work in ACT and New South Wales, a long-standing treasurer, founding member of the party, and one who's written huge swaths of our existing policy, working very closely with Andrew Downing and other veteran members. We also had an amazing group of candidates for the 2019 federal election. However, I knew that even with this incredible effort from so many amazing people, we would have a difficult time with our usual tiny budget and small volunteer base. So I thought, how can we leverage this for greater reach? Well, first I'll briefly explain conventional electoral campaigning, so you can understand the context we're working in. There's some fascinating history here, and actually it was Obama's campaign, presidential campaign in America in 2008, that pioneered a lot of the modern methods that came over to Australia a few years later. And today, election campaigns, either for party candidates or by issue-motivated non-profit organizations, they use a three-layer strategy of, number one, face-to-face engagement, which includes suburb-based door knocks, handing out how-to-vote cards at strategic locations. Number two, direct targeted engagement, which includes things like email lists and letterbox drops. Then we have number three, indirect targeted engagement, such as strategically placed billboards or TV spots, radio ads, and social media ads. The Pirate Party here in Australia has traditionally employed elements of this three-layer strategy. The big parties have the numbers to do door knocks, and they're effective if you target them at the right areas, but they require huge amounts of volunteer energy and time, which we didn't have. Paid ads on any platform require large amounts of money, which we also didn't have. We ran some ad campaigns, but they were comparatively speaking small and very, very focused. But handing out how to vote cards was always a big part of our electoral strategy. We'd also regularly communicate with members and supporters by our mailing list and by social media. And to my knowledge, we've been running those paid online ads at least since 2016. Historically, we've averaged around 0.5% of the statewide vote for the elections we contested in. I believe our record was actually in the Griffith by-election, which was a much, much smaller, only for one division in 2014. I can't remember the figures, but I think it was a few percentage points higher. So bearing in mind 1.5%, thank you. I'm not sure if that's our national record, but it was quite high. So bearing in mind that we usually do run for the Senate, where the whole state votes on candidates, instead of House of Representatives, where each electoral division, which is an area equivalent to a few suburbs, vote on a candidate for that specific area. So Alex has just tuned in with some stats there. 1.5% was our vote count, and our candidate actually came fourth. I believe that was Melanie Davies, big long-time supporter of the party. So sorry, Mel Thomas. Thank you. And a Brisbane local, I helped out on her campaign. So the caveat to this three-layer strategy, electoral strategy, is that it makes heavy use of big data around voting demographics, collected through the electoral roll and other less ethical means, such as digital marketing companies or website and social media scraping. The technology used is advanced, and it's an extension of surveillance capital and done by both major parties, as well as smaller parties like the Greens and the Liberal Democrats, both of whom claim to support encryption and consumer privacy, which puts us as one of the few parties who deliberately make the choice of politics, of principles and ideology over pragmatics. Sorry, someone's just posted NSFW in Congress. Can we look at that?
Yeah, right now I've looked at it, there's nothing there, but I wonder who marked that.
Okay.
But
so, as I was saying,
please don't.
we're one of the few. Thank you. We're one of the few parties who actually do work hard to protect user and consumer privacy and support encryption. However, the Queensland Greens, I want to talk about them more because they have a really interesting model of campaigning here. They don't have much money either, but they do have a lot of volunteers, meaning they can do the door knocks in addition to having a very unique twist on the traditional face-to-face outreach model, in that they run interesting events, promote them on social media, and get the Facebook algorithm to do the work of spreading it, which is cost-effective and actually effective. With a populist platform and a strong youth engagement, this strategy has helped them to grow to just under 10% of the statewide vote for state and federal elections here in Queensland. That growth has been incredibly strong. They were at about 3 or 4% 6 years ago, and so that growth is massive. But any young person here in Queensland who's active in politics is probably pretty familiar with the big parties they hold, the speaking panels that pop up on Facebook. They get regularly shared, and a lot of your friends will be going as well. And those events will be live streamed too. So even if you're not going, you can still tune in and watch. And there's a lot of peer pressure there for young people to attend, to go with their friends, and this has contributed to their rapid growth. Now, I suspected we didn't have the inertia in our local chapters to successfully entwine in-person and social media like that, but I knew that it was important to try. So to build up that momentum, instead, we'd have to hold entirely online events, as many as possible. This had the added benefit of reduced logistical requirements, better outreach to remote areas, but also with cross-promotion to other states, we could boost each other's campaigns. Without large numbers of volunteers or money behind us, we could still have collectivism on our side to increase our reach. So the key was creating content that was engaging, i.e. that it made people want to watch it, which would also make them want to share it with their friends. And one of the important components to engaging content is to make it interactive, which gives people a sense of ownership over it. Now, this strategy was new and untested. Other parties had done similar things. A lot of this was inspired by the way the Greens were going, but I was also inspired by something else. I was inspired by the way that we did it in the Pirate Party. I was inspired by the way we live streamed our National Congress every year. I was inspired by the way we enabled full remote participation and full rights to every member to participate remotely. Even if you weren't able to attend in person, that's still something which no other party does. Even the Greens and the Liberal Democrats are struggling as small parties, but with more resources than us. They're struggling to implement the level of digital member engagement and direct democracy enabled by technology that we do in the Pirate Party. The Greens actually had to have a referendum as recently as last year about whether they choose their own party leader. They couldn't vote on that up until last year. But that's something that's been the core of our platform for a very, very long time. Similarly, with the Liberal Democrats, they've had this ridiculous requirement for their AGMs that you have to attend in person, that you have to fly to Perth or Adelaide or Sydney or Brisbane or wherever it was being held every year. And if you didn't fly in, if you didn't spend hundreds and thousands of dollars on accommodation, food, transport, you didn't have voting rights. You couldn't nominate yourself to run. You couldn't participate in the party. You couldn't have a say in the party, which is extremely undemocratic. And so, but this is something that right from the start, we've done and we've done right. And so I needed to translate that expertise into something, a different area, into member outreach. Instead of just focusing on internal democracy, we need to look outward and look at new ways of engaging with people outside the party to bring them in and help them understand why pirate politics are essential for the 21st century. I needed to innovate on this model that we had going of direct democracy enabled by technology and live stream national congresses. I have to keep us ahead of the game by defining a new kind of politics, a political movement that is inspired by technology and the promise that it holds for our future. And I believe that's us here now in this live stream, in this Discord, participating in this party. The first events we held in 2019 were the Meet the Candidates event for each state. I believe they would actually started even earlier in 2018. These were a Q&A live stream where the candidates for each state would introduce themselves, explain a bit about their background and their policy interest areas, what they would do if elected, and they'd answer questions from interested viewers. These live streams were an instant success, and you can still view the recordings up on YouTube along with the chatter and the feedback going back and forth. We also put up post-election videos from our candidates and messages and thank yous for all the support. After the election, I knew that this strategy was effective, but it could be so much more. So over the 2 years between now and then, the party collectively has created a number of online videos with different topics and formats, broadcast over our social media and recorded to YouTube for watching later. Now, I set down a few key criteria for this content. That it needs to be in video format, that it should have a member of the party as a spokesperson, who is someone identifiable with a face and a name, so we can get that brand recognition going. It should be broadcast live to allow for comments and interaction between the viewers and the presenters. And each piece of content should have a general theme. Overall, we should be producing content in a variety of different topics and formats to have diversity in our outreach. And finally, if it could incorporate an offline event as part of the broadcast, then that would be a huge boost to show that things are happening politically and we're right there with it. So the content we ended up creating over the last roughly 18 to 24 months didn't always meet this criteria. Quite often we'd pre-record videos in front of a green screen and edit them for later upload. But sometimes we produced a live stream of a live event or had incredible speakers come on and share this great back and forth, which was hugely successful. And over the last 2 years, we've seen an increasing number of party members step forward to participate in these videos. Of those members who've contributed, Treasurer John August has probably been the most prolific with a series of pre-recorded videos and discussions focusing on topics around bureaucracy and wastage in the public and private sector, but also covering other extended topics dealing with finance and the economy. Most recently, we held a live 3v3 formal debate on the subject of cryptocurrency, which is one of our top performing posts to social media of all time. And that included a very large cast of contributing people. We we had a formal spokesperson, the 6 participants, 2 judges. I was incredibly grateful that finally I could organize an event and not actually have plaster my face, name, and voice all over it. I had no front of house role whatsoever, but I was organizing it, and it went really, really well. However, I think my personal favorite of the events that we've organized was a live Q&A interview that I did with 3 elected members of the European Parliament. There was 1 from Pirate Party Germany and 2 from the Czech Pirate Party. Many of you would have watched that interview. If you didn't, it can be watched back on YouTube or Facebook. And we discussed what's going on in the European Parliament then, as well as the ways that the European pirates have been successful. There, like here, there's been a lot of interest about technology and issues related to copyright. They've also made use of a lot of technology to support and engage them. But unlike many other places around the world in Europe, they've had huge numbers of volunteers come forward to join their campaigns, which is really encouraging that over in Europe, the Pirate Party is taken seriously as a mainstream political movement, mainstream enough that they have had multiple members elected to both European and regional parliaments over the years, again and again, and will continue to do so for the near future. I'd also put out a special mention here to party member Mandrake, who's been doing the tech behind most of our online video content for the past 2 years, and with all the experiences becoming very skilled at it. Now, this digital engagement strategy, which encompasses both party promotion and member outreach, has clearly been a success. And in the next year, I intend to continue it by bringing new faces to the forefront, by improving the quality and quantity of the content that we produce, and thus by continuing party growth. And thank you all for listening. Please put any comments in chat or questions, or feel free to reach out to me after. This digital engagement strategy has been a work in progress and does continue to evolve. And I'm sure many of you have been familiar with my constant push to get involved in videos and participate and contribute. And that isn't going to stop. This strategy is working, and we're going to keep on improving it. So let's move on to the next speech now. Alex, would you like to take it away?
Yes, I suppose that's me. Okay, let me just, there we go.
Okay,
I have
me
good
see
picture.
if Yep, and I'm just going to quickly rearrange. You could continue, and I'll just rearrange
Okay.
files so it actually fits. So you've actually got focus.
Okay. Well, this year, as Miles outlines, has been productive in many ways, but it's also been disappointing in one singular way. And this, of course, is our deregistration as a party. So every 3 years, the Electoral Commission undertakes an eligibility review. And ours came around originally due in October of last year, but we got a couple of extensions on it. And you need to demonstrate 500 exclusive Australian citizen members to be registered as a party federally. In September of 2020, we were at about 260. So we sent out some please renew emails to say, hey, your membership might have lapsed and you might not have realized this. And about 50 of you renewed like in the next 2 days, and that was really awesome. And then we started putting quite a bit of money by previous standards on online advertising, not just because it was an election, but as a membership drive. And in my recollection of, running a new ad and then seeing memberships and donations come in, this actually almost paid for itself, I think. I estimate that it actually would have paid for itself. And assuming anyone sticks around for more than a year, I think it will pretty much definitely pay for itself. So that's cool too. Not only are we boosting general awareness and engagement, but it's actually almost breaking even. Because we're such a privacy-oriented party, I don't have the tools to measure this sort of conversion scientifically, of course, but that's my estimate. Since emails are easily ignored, the National Council then took the completely unprecedented step, I believe, of calling up lapsed members to ask that they renew their membership. And we actually had to make a minor change to the party's privacy policy to permit me, as the secretary, to divulge member details to other NC members for this specific purpose. As the secretary, I am, of course, responsible for safeguarding the privacy of our members' information. And so I went to the effort of only distributing 10 people's details to an NC member at a time as a small call list. And we did this in a time-limited fashion because the party has a paste bin server. So, this data was kept, as secure as I felt that I could. However, the AAC, the Electoral Commission's deadline still came along. We'd gotten up to about 400 members by this time, so still 100 short. And so the National Council decided to voluntarily deregister rather than have it forced upon us. And so, we're only 100 short still, and we hope to seek re-registration, as soon as we can. And the election is coming, so that does have to be soon. So the first call to action is, as always, recruit your friends. Other things that I've personally done this year, I've sort of fallen into the position of being the graphic designer for the party as well. And I do a lot of the day-to-day social media. And I also have found myself as the elections working group person. I'll be the one running the Congress voting later on. And as always, this report contains a request to you, the ordinary party member, reading the report in the minutes later, or watching the live stream now, or watching the live stream later. This party isn't some big hierarchical thing that can hand out work units to people. We need you to seek out something that you'd like to do and then try doing it. And, if you don't like doing it, then that's okay. You could try something else. And if you do like doing it, please stick with it. This concludes my report, and I'll take questions if you have any.
Thanks, Alex. We'll have a minute for questions.
Okay, minor procedural. Any particular updates such as of the ticker might be delayed a bit. I'm going to be indisposed for a few minutes.
Thanks, JRQ. So the comment from JRQ was, despite being unsuccessful, that does seem like a pretty solid membership effort, and well done. Yep. Please put no cigar.
That should have been a remote chair.
John has identified and maybe acting in conflict of interest. Well, you're free to run a vote of no confidence anytime you like. Do it. I dare you. All right. Let's move on to the next item. Fred, are you here? Looks like he might have dropped out. Okay, yeah, I think he's dropped out. All right. Well, let's move on then. John, are you ready for your Treasurer's report? Yep, got your audio coming through good. Hang on, sorry. Sorry, I'm not getting you on the stream. Hang on, sorry. Sorry, I'm not getting you on the stream.
No, I've got no audio either.
We'll just need to double check with Mandrake. He's probably got you disabled. Yep, we've got you all good. It's just your audio is not going onto the stream. Yep. The other, it might be worth taking we do have a 10-minute break scheduled for around this time. We are waiting for Mandrake and Fred to come back. So So what I'll do
break.
then is I'll call
break.
a procedural motion for a 10-minute coffee break. Formally, we are required to vote. Yep. So a little, I'm not sure if it's formally in the standing orders. It depends on the kind of motion put forward. But one thing which we do in the National Council is when someone proposes a motion, we try to give a little bit of time for members to actually propose changes to that motion. So, for example, I could put forward a motion to I don't know, to invade Indonesia, let's say, a formal motion that Pirate Party endorses an invasion of Indonesia. It might be a little bit of a shock to some people. So rather than me exercising executive fire to just say, okay, we're going to start voting, we'll try and give participants in the meeting a little bit of time to suggest a different motion and amend it. Perhaps members of the party support an invasion, but not of Indonesia. They think we should invade, I don't know, Mount Isa first as a stepping stone. So someone proposes an amendment that instead of voting on invading Indonesia, we vote on invading Mount Isa. This is all a hypothetical, of course. I don't endorse either of those. Although there is talk of independent North Queensland, so anything could happen.
Yes.
So John's just identified that there is often a fundamental tension between free speech and other things. That's I can't remember the second half of that, but I think that
Silly
was
buggers.
sort of captured playing silly buggers. Yep. All right. This motion should be pretty uncontroversial. So I think we might close voting a little bit early on this one because it seems to be going through. Unless you want to wait out the 3 minutes, Alex.
I think it's going to pass.
Okay.
Everyone,
Let's close votes there. Then that passes unanimously. So we're
it's been basically 3 minutes anyway.
11:10. For 10 minutes, we'll be resuming at 11:20, and hopefully we'll have John's audio fixed at that point. All right, thanks a lot, guys. See you on the other side.
Okay. So any update or we're on the break? We're on the break.
We were on a break.
Oh, I
Okay.
should have I mentioned that I should probably bump that onto static screen for a bit.
Just
Oh,
just a
wait.
comment here from Milspec. I would love more PP content. Yep, to share on social media such as Reddit, podcasts, and interviews.
And back. I just forgot one thing for John. Now it's back. Oops.
All right, thanks very much for being patient, everyone. Sorry, we were just trying to resolve some technical issues there with John's audio. Sorry, John, just say something again.
Hello.
Quickly.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yep, excellent. Okay, we're good.
You've got
John, your audio
echo.
is good.
Mhm.
We're back
All
live.
good.
And let us resume. So when John, when you're ready, take it away.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you, Miles. So, yeah, a few years ago, we had Mark Gibbons, who was treasurer. And as Miles was saying, he was a founding member. And I guess he was getting a bit tired of being treasurer. And I got to know him quite well and had a lot of respect for him and thought that it would be good to give him a break and hopefully have him still involved in the party. But, of course, it was up to him. And also I thought...
Sorry, can I quickly interrupt? Did you say my name there as treasurer?
No, I meant Mark Gibbons, but I said you mentioned that Mark Gibbons was a founding member and was strongly involved in the party.
My apologies.
So I was talking about...
I've never been treasurer before. Just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, you've never been treasurer, but I was saying that you mentioned Mark Gibbons as an important person during your own talk. So that's why I sort of brought up your name, but I guess your ears were burning, as they say. Okay, so so he was sort of basically less keen to continue as treasurer, and I also thought maybe it would be nice to sort of step back from being vice president. But as Miles has identified, I've continued to be involved in other ways with videos and so on. And all right, just nothing to do with being treasurer, but I have recently put together a COVID update, which is hopefully interesting, but not so brash that it causes issues with the members. But anyway, that's due to come out shortly, I expect. But anyway, to try to speak about the being treasurer, I know that Alex was sort of operating in the interim, and it has been a struggle for me to get access to the bank accounts and so on. And certainly Alex could actually do what I'm doing now. He's got access to the full financial details, but it sort of defeats the purpose of having me as a treasurer. And obviously it's good to have a bit of the load off Alex, just like it was good to have the load off Mark Gibbons. So I have at least managed to find out the situation with the bank accounts back as of the 19th of July, which I'll go into, and then go into some of the breakdown of some of the numbers to come up. But we're still struggling to get proper digital access to the bank accounts. I know I tried to initiate a transfer, which we wanted to have Mark Gibbons in Canberra sign off on. And if that sort of keeps wallowing, I think just between myself and Alex, we might do that, even though Alex is the recipient of these funds. I think it's appropriate to sort of kick that off, even though Alex will be signing off on his own money. But anyway, to sort of try to start to develop a bit of the story. Now, we do have 3 bank accounts. The Business Essentials with $205.59. The Business, what's it called? Business Extra with $1,057.62, and our online account of $9,781.69. Now that gives us in total $11,044.90, and as I say, that was as of the 19th of July. Now, there is money we have owing on that, which is a payment to Alex that we need to make of $1,071.54. So that means our operating funds as of a few weeks ago would be $9,973.36. So basically about $10,000, and I'll go into some of the details. I've had to work in reverse and sort of be a bit approximate, but I believe we went into this financial year with about $5,000 in funds, and we've actually had a net improvement of $5,000. So I think that's roughly $6,000 in member donations and $1,000 in IT expenses. So, you know, that's the progress we've made. So having $10,000 is enough, I think, to run some very minimal and basic election campaigns. And I suppose even though we're not registered, having a few individuals put up their hand and give people the option of voting for the Pirate Party might be a healthy thing. But although I'm speaking as Treasurer, I think we have to be careful to not overreach. If we're running a minimalist campaign, let's all acknowledge that it's a minimalist campaign, because if it starts out being a minimalist campaign and then you have scope creep, we're all going to burn ourselves out. So that's a comment that I make there. But sort of trying to bring things together, as far as I've been able to do the sums, we have actually had membership donations of $6,667.16. Now, we've had a few high-value donations there. There was one individual that donated $500. Two people I've been able to identify that donated $100, and quite a good number, perhaps 8 or so, that donated $50. But in total, we did get up to $6,000 odd. Now, our IT has cost $1,186.06. So refunds and charges, I don't know, that's maybe plus or minus $100. I haven't got into the detail there. But the point is, I did outline sort of things. You know, our bank account is roughly $10,000 or $11,000. Members have given us about $6,000. Expenses have been about $1,000. So we're actually about $5,000 ahead over the last financial year. And I guess I don't have that much point of comparison, but certainly $10,000 is a healthy amount of money. To do a proper campaign, I think we really should have like $20,000 or $30,000 going into an election, but we can certainly do a minimalist sort of thing with that sort of money. And I think as a political party, maybe we should, in an election, at least front 1 or 2 candidates, even if it's just in one state, just to say, look, we are a political party and this is what we do. But look, that's the end of my financial report. I recognise that in past year, Alex actually did have enough time to put a formal thing, you know, with your balance sheet and your expenses and incoming and outgoing. Fair enough. Now, one curious thing that Alex may want to comment on is that we did actually have a fraudulent transaction on our account, and that was eventually resolved. And in the toing and froing, we eventually got about a $900 refund out of that. But look, I'll leave that as my Treasurer's report at the moment. I'll check the chat, but there's my report anyway.
Thank you, John. I have 2 personal comments to make. The first is
John, sorry, just to...
I'll leave it to Alex to determine who asked the question.
Just a quick comment. Just wanting to clarify for members regarding the running of independents, because there's restrictions around not being able to list the Pirate Party as the entity, so they would be running as individuals.
That's correct. Well, first off, Alex and others may be able to say more, but basically you would have a column with 2 names on it, and those names would not be Pirate Party. So people would only know that you can vote for a Pirate Party endorsed candidate through separate information channels. In a sense, the column would not advertise our presence. So that means it would be an option only for those who already know about the Pirate Party to vote for someone who is aligned with the Pirate Party, right? That's the cost of not actually having a party structure, because the party structure can bless or anoint. I'm too much into religious metaphors, but it can bless and anoint its candidates and say these are party candidates. While even as an independent candidate, I think we might still have to get 50 or 100 people voting for us to endorse us as individual candidates on the form. So there's still probably going to be some hoops to jump through, even as individual candidates. And I think there's $1,000 or $2,000 each candidate. So it might be just $4,000 just to get 2 names on the ballot roll. But I think Alex is more familiar with the financial details of running candidates. But I hope that's a good answer there. And if Alex wants to add anything, he's welcome to do so. Miles, you wanted to say something?
Yep.
Okay, just a couple of things. So Alex's comment, he can speak to it himself, but just clarifying that we can't have the party name. And an online question, just curious, who does PPAU bank with? Interested in knowing if we use ethical banking in how we operate.
I might respond to Jesse there. That's a valid question. It's an important question. It's something we've never considered. It's really only something that's come up over the last couple of years, particularly in light of the ongoing climate crisis, which has prompted a lot of people to divest from ANZ, but also the other major banks until they make stronger commitments on, such as HSBC is another major investor in fossil fuels. We don't have an official policy on that.
Maybe we should look at Bank Australia then for part of that. Look at.
Yeah, I will recognise there's a pragmatic element that I guess it's a lot of effort in being ethical and then sort of changing our bank accounts just based on what's going on. I do know, I think, is it the Australian Bank or the Sydney Bank or whatever, they do make a bit of a show of being ethical. That's certainly the case.
Yeah, the big one is Australia Bank, which was initially.
So, Miles, were you wanting to say something, or has that sort of gone by the wayside?
No, I did. I just want to make a comment on the 10,000 figure in the bank and running a very minimalist campaign. I think from memory, we've often had around that figure or a little bit lower going prior to an election year. So our bank account has often been around that level. And what we usually do is run a crowd fund, usually one big one, in the months leading up to the election to give us extra funding to get over the line. And the figure for the Senate, nominating candidates for the Senate, is $2,000 per candidate. And for a Senate run, we want to strategically have 2 candidates for that because of the way the ballots are displayed. So usually per state, we're looking at around $4,000 in candidate registration fees. Mm-hmm. And then additional costs in printing how-to votes and T-shirts and ads as well. So all up, the merchandise is usually a few $100s per state, and then we'll also put in $100 or $200 in advertising as well per state. So ideally, we'd have an extra 1,000 for each state we run in, on top of the 4,000 for registration. So it can quite easily run up into the $20,000 or $30,000 range for a minimalist campaign.
Well, when I said minimalist, I said one state, minimal advertising, and just basically people who know about the Pirate Party have the option of voting for the Pirate Party. I guess that was what I meant by minimalist campaign. But certainly crowdfunding can increase the available funds for a given election. But equally, it's a lot easier to do crowdfunding and do all the administration when you are a registered party. It's administratively easier, and you can make a more credible case for fundraising too. So I guess I make those observations.
Well, one of the interesting side effects of the member drive we ran over the Christmas New Year period as well was, as well as obviously new members boosting our membership, we also saw a big spurt in donations as well, which was really, really encouraging. And the last time we had such a big bunch of donations outside of an election period was when we brought in the new member automated member renewal system, there's an option you can tick there saying, you know, would you like to donate for the party when you renew your membership? And suddenly we saw a massive bump in donations from that, which was really encouraging because that came in about a year, something like a year before the 2019 election, or a year and a half or something. And so we had a big boost in funds before then, which was really encouraging. Any other comments on the Treasurer's report?
Just a couple more from Alex here. For context, he banks with Commonwealth for other purposes. And the member DB is a double-edged sword because people forget to renew.
The double-edged sword, yes and no. We've had these debates as well over the years. The people forgetting to renew it happens, but by losing people who are inactive or not really focusing on their membership, that's not necessarily such a bad thing, because the reason why we have to maintain an active and accurate database of members is because of the AEC audits will check, and if the AEC audits return too many inactive members, then they think that we have no members at all of a random sampling, and so as a result, we'd be at risk of forcible deregistration. So it's better to keep people's details, or rather, it's better to let people naturally cycle out of the party if they're inactive, or cycle out of full membership rather if they're inactive, for the future of the party.
And just another question from Discord from Sean. In regards to how to vote pamphlets and the like, has there been any consideration given to the likely increase in a postal or early vote in a post-COVID world? I guess, who wants to field that one?
Alex, you take it away.
Why?
Alex, I can hear you in the meeting.
Oh, wait. You should be
yeah, okay.
connected incorrectly.
There's no audio from Alex on stream.
You should be connected incorrectly. Alex, speak.
Still no audio from Alex on stream.
I'll quickly edit that because that should be piped in correctly. Did I? Yes, that's correct. Okay, I'm going to move you away so you continue typing. I'll go put you onto a known good stream. That's a pain.
Well, actually, while Alex is typing there, I wonder, Alex, can I say something, or is that going to mess with your head too much? Well, anyway, I'll comment that from my experience, it does get frustrating that you're trying to, hand out election flyers and so on. A lot of people have actually voted well ahead of the actual official and public voting thing. So if you are actually that organised, what you want to do is have flyers even before the voting is allowed. So it actually mentions you, but doesn't actually mention where in the ballot you will be and how to vote for you. So I guess if you're organised, you want to have early how to votes that you can hand out as soon as the election is announced, but before you can actually vote. And that way, at least either people will not be able to claim that they've already voted, even though perhaps a lot of them are just making it up. But there you go. That's my observation there.
Alex, you should now have audio again.
Okay. Testing. So pre-poll I think is double-edged. Being at a polling, having someone at a polling booth is really, really good for brand awareness. And polling booths are open for the entire time that pre-polling is open, of course. And in some ways, it's easier to man those than it is on the day, because you can have a couple of diehards who've got nothing better to do. I'm thinking of myself here. There every day. It's a sort of Horatius keeps the bridge exercise. On the flip side, even with that, we still can't man very many polling booths. So de-emphasizing them, I think it doesn't hurt us. It sort of washes out. Anyone who knows who we are and cares who we are is probably going to vote for us anyway. And if they're voting postally, then they've got the time to research anything they feel interested about, if they so choose. If they're voting pre-poll, then there's fewer booths for us to cover, though, of course, we have to cover them on multiple days. So I think it's largely a washout. As for Miles's point about weeding out inactives, yes, but I think the number of the renewal surge we saw in September shows that our collateral damage rate is a little bit too high on that. This concludes my points.
Well, I would say, following off on what Alex says, if we have an effervescent party with new people joining us and people getting more active from year to year, then that covers up the rate at which people leave the party. But unfortunately, I guess we haven't kept up the momentum of getting new people in and getting existing people more involved, and that means the people dropping off has sort of hit us in a way. But to be a little bit fair to Alex, either people hit us when they don't renew, or who knows, maybe we get hit when the AEC phoned them up and they were a bit puzzled and just forgot that they were in the pirate party. I mean, that's always possible, and that would have its own bad effects, I guess.
It's been a really big question for the last few years about how we can engage with members to stop the attrition. And switching to a growth-based model rather than a member retention model is probably the right way to go. But member retention is still important, and member engagement is also still important to promote activity within the party. And so that's why with my digital engagement strategy, one of the side goals was to promote member engagement by getting them involved in either the content creation or in viewing and participating in the content, so making it interactive. And so for the formal cryptocurrency debate, we had a lot of Pirate Party members actually participating in the debate as well. And for a lot of these online videos, they were also ways of formulating policy or helping design or preempt policy discussions to help fine tune a lot of those details. So with that, like I mentioned in my speech, it's a cost-effective way to create content and create engagement, and it's one which doesn't necessarily need an in-person thing. So that really applies to early voting and postal voting too. When some big parties might have the data the big data to analyze and identify demographics which are likely to do postal votes or early votes, they might be able to strategically target those. But how do you target those people who are less engaged and less able to be reached with direct engagement, face-to-face engagement? Well, you have to engage them with content at a distance, with remote content, which means online content is the most effective way to reach out to people who don't vote in person. Do we have any final comments on this issue? Okay, well, it looks like Fred is coming back, which is good timing. Fred, did you want to say a few words as part of the outgoing National Council?
Yeah. Yeah.
You currently got no video.
I don't know if my connection is going to be enough for. Am I coming through?
I can hear
Audio's on
you.
the live stream.
Can you hear me?
Hear yes, see no.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe I can do this later because I'm still in the car and it's going to take like 15 minutes till I'm home.
Okay, well, let's move on to the next agenda item then. So we'll begin the motions.
Yeah.
So the first list of motions is constitutional amendments, of which we have none this year. Sometimes those can get pretty intricate, but thankfully no. So let's move on to formal motions. Let me just pull up the list, currently proposed motions. I'll also place a link in text chat. So section 1, we have formal motion 1 and formal motion 2. This arose out of discussion on the National Council regarding a different electoral strategy this year with the upcoming federal election. These are Alex's motions. So Alex, would you like to speak to them?
Yes, I will speak to them. Let me pull them up.
Okay. Do you want me to put you into focus or into a generic wide view? Be fine.
Can we get the motion text up on screen?
I can add the motion text up on screen. Okay.
I feel like that's the most critical thing here.
Okay. Just give me a few secs.
I suppose you're not so vain that you need to have your fate mug on the screen. So there you go, Alex. So this is the thing about Ninja and doing screen sharing on Ninja, I guess, yes?
I could do that, or I could just do or I could just,
No, this is whatever magic Brink can work.
Mm-hmm.
Although I guess I could do it. I can allegedly do a screen share.
You could, but
it looks really good.
It does? Okay.
But we'll see if that happens. But if not, I'll just quickly do what I was going to do.
Yeah. Yeah, if you just want to bring up the wiki, Bryn.
That's what I'm doing right now.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Fantastic.
That's not the I want.
I've shared my screen. Great success.
Okay. You can do that, or I was just getting mine out and I'll just quickly. Hi.
Excellent. That's good.
Because we want to actually get rid of all the. Wait. I don't want to change
Inception.
that. I don't want Mango. I want Windows Capture 2, you goose.
Okay.
Okay, I don't want that. This is currently my active, so let's just quickly do this too, because I wasn't expecting it so far. There's so much you probably don't know.
Actually, we've got a good point in chat. Alex, do you want to control the screen for the motion?
Do you want me to do that?
I mean, if you can just make Bryn, if you can just make my screen big, my video big, then that'll be good enough, I think.
That's easy enough to do. Then I don't have to worry. That's what
Yeah.
I was planning on doing.
Cool. Okay. So this is formal motion 1, joint tickets and campaigning. Both this motion and
Actually, that might be true, but I'm only capturing you in 480p. Maybe I should use my screen because that would at least be of full quality.
So both formal motion 1 and formal motion 2 are designed to give the National Council more flexibility in regards to how we contest elections. And I'm putting these motions in order to get demons or to see where the rest of the party is at in terms of whether or not we should do this. So in all of our elections to date, all 3 of them, we have run tickets of 2 pirates in whatever states we choose to contest. So in 2013, we ran in the Big 3 and Tasmania. In 2016, we ran in the Big 3. And in 2019, we ran in the Big 3 in WA. So that's 12 pirates, 6 pirates, sorry. That's 8, 6, and 8 candidates we stood respectively in each time. With a candidate costing $2,000 to stand, that's a lot of. Pro tip: don't play with your adjustable chair while you're giving a presentation. Anyway, so that's quite a bit of money. I'd like to spend that on things that aren't paying the AEC. Though having said that, they're printing a heck of a lot of ballot papers, so it's not a complete waste of time to have our provided that we do in fact have our name on them. And membership applications actually surged after the 2019 election, though we didn't do a good job of engaging those new members and getting them to stick around. So having our name on the ballot paper is indeed super important, and paying $2,000 for the AEC to distribute it to millions of people is also not a bad deal. However, we don't have a heck of a lot of money, and it would be nice to do it cheaper. So formal motion 1 is about joint tickets and about joint campaigning. So either standing a ticket or running a campaign in conjunction with other parties. And so the advantage of a joint ticket is that you're actually allowed in a single ticket, a single column on the ballot paper, you are allowed to have 2 parties and 2 party names above the line. So we could, for example, run a joint ticket with and I'm going to make up a name here, the Purple Party, and both Pirate Party and Purple Party would appear above the line, and one of either our candidate or their candidate would go first on the ticket, and the other candidate would go second. And so what we could do is make a deal where we go first in this state and they go first in that state. And in that way, we've only each stood 2 candidates and only each spent 2 candidates worth of money in nominating them. But we've both got a column in both states, whereas if we stood just a single candidate on our own, we'd be relegated to the independents collection box over on the very far right-hand side of the ballot paper, and they always do extremely poorly, even when they're endorsed, because you have to vote below the line to vote for them. So a joint campaign would be where we stand a full ticket in one state and they stand a full ticket in a different state, and we both tell our members in the state where we're not standing to go off and help the other party. Obviously, I'd prefer to do joint tickets. I think they're a better incentive because then you've both got, a candidate who you're directly supporting. But we're open to the possibility of campaigns as well. The motion has an additional rider on it, in that we would only negotiate these deals, any sort of deal, with parties who we already like. And the way that we would measure this is in the next membership-wide preference poll, which we're planning to issue in the next few weeks after Congress voting is done. As long-term members know, before each election, we do a preference order poll of all the other parties, and we use that as our basis for negotiating any deals. And indeed, in either 2016 or 2019, we just issued deals altogether and just said, cool, here's our order, here's what we recommend your further preferences to be. So I'm suggesting that we take that same preference poll that we're going to do shortly, and say, hey, look, we'll negotiate for a closer relation. We could negotiate for a closer relationship with some of these top-ranked parties who we would be recommending preferences to anyway. I think that's the goals of the motion. I will verbally read out the motion text. Motion: authorize the National Council to negotiate joint tickets and campaigns for the next election with other parties or independents, similar to what has previously occurred with preference deals, and provided that these other parties or independents, are ranked in the top 6 of the next membership-wide preference poll. All deals must be balanced and reciprocal. And the written rationale: let's spend more money on campaigning and less on nomination fees. This motion's being put because we haven't done joint tickets or campaigns before. It might make sense to do them at the next election, and so we're seeking membership endorsement. A joint ticket, we share a single column and above the line box with another party, both names on the ballot paper, candidates in whatever order we choose. You need 2 candidates to have this own column and above the line box. So going halves, save $2,000 a state. And in the absence of any deals, continue to recommend preferences to the top 6 parties from our membership poll, or go a little bit further down if someone's sitting a state out. The procedure from here is we do a vote on the floor of Congress. If that passes, then it goes to the full membership for online voting after Congress. And if it is not carried, then the motion ends here. Chair, may I put the motion?
Let's hear some.
Or shall we have some discussion?
Yeah, let's have some time to hear from discussion first. And also, this is a reminder that members can propose amendments to either of these motions. However, we will, and we've had sort of little sticky moments at previous congresses where we couldn't quite work out a nice and easy way to do sort of split up proposals like this. However, these two motions are actually, they are kind of conflicting, aren't they?
They shouldn't be. I tried to write them to not conflict. Though if FM1 doesn't pass, then I don't see much point in passing FM2.
Well, it's just with the wording there, you've got FM1 is authorised National Council to negotiate joint tickets and campaigns, then FM2 is pre-authorised National Council to make preference, joint ticket or co-campaign deals. So I see a lot of overlap between those 2 points. And they both also reference the top 6 preferenced
so
parties.
Question from Jesse. We would run the preference vote before negotiating deals.
Yeah. So following on from that, Jesse, actually, we had a big discussion about this in the last National Council meeting on a week ago, and there's a couple of trade-offs here. One of the trade-offs is that if we're forced to go into negotiation with another party, saying, well, we can't necessarily guarantee that this deal we negotiate is going to go ahead because our party has to vote on it and approve it still. That may put us in a weaker negotiating position. And the alternative is that if we get party pre-authorization and too often do it, well, it's slightly less democratic, a bit more efficient. And so going onto the party referendum with the ordering there, it helps to actually know. It's probably easier to directly target the parties we know will be a quote unquote have a member mandate to actually go and negotiate with, rather than having to go off and negotiate deals with parties that potentially we won't have a mandate to then negotiate with post referendum. So it's kind of it's a tricky one.
They're definitely too intertwined. Is it possible to vote on them together?
No, they're separate for a reason. Okay. If FM1 lapses, then I would be happy to withdraw FM2. But FM2 is intended as an additional step on top of FM1.
Okay.
As in, assuming, if FM1 fails, then I'm taking that as a signal that the membership doesn't want to do this at all. They only want to run. They don't want to run joint tickets. They don't want to run campaigns.
But you've mentioned joint tickets in both motions.
Maybe I can. This seems to me like I need to amend FM2 a little bit to say that the joint tickets and campaigns are conditional on FM1. That's the intention.
I'm just confused about the. I'm still kind of confused about the actual semantic difference here between the two. Because they both seem to be saying the same thing to me.
It seems that the first one is just approving it in principle, and then the second one will authorize the NC to actually put it into practice.
Well, it's not in principle because the FM1 says authorize the National Council to negotiate.
Oh, I know what I'm missing. Okay, I need to put an amendment to FM1. Actually, no. That was deliberately vague for that reason. If FM2 doesn't pass, then we would still put deals to the membership for ratification.
It doesn't say that in FM1.
That's what I meant with similar to what has previously occurred with preference deals. We always put those to ratification.
Just a question here from Andrew. Can the pre-authorization be more specific in the sense of members explicitly agreeing not to negotiation with specific parties as opposed to this more blanket pre-auth?
I can think of a way that we could do it. We could run an approval vote in parallel with the preference vote. But that would be kind of.
I mean, we have an idea of what we probably don't want to be working
I don't know
with.
if you can hear me, but you could have both a sort of an endorsement vote and a disendorsement vote. And, you know, if you have 10% of the members disendorsing a party, then we can't negotiate with them. You know, I think it would be a bit extreme if a single person puts up their hand and blocks us from negotiating with a party. But yeah, you could run both an endorsement and a disendorsement vote. And, you know, I guess there's a threshold for the disendorsement vote, but for the endorsement vote, it's just the top 6 or the top whatever. So there's my suggestion.
If we had a 10% threshold for disendorsement, then we wouldn't be able to negotiate with anyone. But
John, that audio came through good. So am I right in understanding the difference between these two motions is that the second one is just that we won't need to put any negotiated deals out to member vote? Is that correct?
yeah, provided they're with the top 6, but FM1 says only negotiate with the top 6 anyway.
I don't think FM2 is very clear about that.
Okay. Then
I think you're trying to genericize it too much. Could we could we sort of reword it a bit to say something simpler, such like any deals negotiated by the National Council do not need to go to do not need to be authorized by the membership, ratified by the membership.
Is this in FM1
or
or
rather,
FM2?
any deals made under FM1 do not need to be specifically authorized by the membership. That would explicitly make it clear what FM2 is about, and then people could clearly decide whether they like that or not. Yeah, so that's. Oh, actually, to respond to Andrew's question, FM. So the party referendum for our preference order is where members are supposed to vote for which parties we want to go and negotiate with. So this FM1 and FM2 is just about us, about the kind of deals that we then negotiate with the top parties on that referendum.
Well, the preference order, in the absence of any deals, also says who we direct our preferences to.
Yep, exactly.
Or recommend our preferences to, I guess, is the best way to put that. Okay.
So, Alex, what do you think about that rewording?
Can you type it?
Yeah, typing it up now.
That looked like an interesting comment from Sean O.
Okay, so I'm flexible on that wording. It's a little bit rough still. What kind of motion is this? Is this a formal motion to amend the FM?
That's
motion.
That's under
Floor motion.
That's under
No,
amendments of announced motions.
Okay. I'm just rewording that slightly. Actually, I'm wondering if it might be good to amend FM1 to reference so that they actually say the same kind of deals, which is preferences, joint tickets, or co-campaign deals. We couldn't make preference deals though, because that's already going out to referendum. So it'd have to be joint ticket or co-campaigns. But I guess FM1 says that already, just in slightly different wording.
Yeah, I mean, the National Council is already effectively authorized to negotiate preference deals, in the sense that not without ratification. Well, as in, we've done that. We've done that historically. In that it's established practice that the National Council does authorize preference deals, and then puts them to ratification. Miles, I think that's a good amendment. Hang on, let me figure out a way to minute this.
So with FM1, then my understanding is that it doesn't change, it doesn't remove the existing system. So the existing system is that, just so I can talk through this, just to make it clear for myself and anyone listening. So the existing system is that we have a sort of couple of months exploration process where members look around and see what parties are cool and they like and are sort of similar to our politics, and we get them in a big old list. And anyone can add to that list who's a member. We're like, okay, cool. We'll probably remove the ones which are violently, if any parties are violently clash with our politics in any way, such as, for example, advocating for some variety of fascism or religious theocracy. Generally, those are out. Then
I don't think we've ever removed them. We just all agree that they're terrible and we rank them at the bottom.
Yeah. So then what happens is that list goes out to a party referendum, so an internal vote for all members to basically rank them 1 to 200 or 1 to 1,000 or 1 to 50, whatever, in order from best or party we like the most to party we like the least. And so we basically collectively just vote on our own preference order. So that's still going to happen. And the thing about, so what Josie said before about how you might be more likely to preference certain parties over others if you know there's a deal negotiated. Well, yeah, it's kind of a chicken and an egg scenario. We have to know which parties we want to work with and which parties we think are best to work with before we actually choose to go off and negotiate with them. So I think the preference vote has to come first, so we can collectively decide who we think is most important to work with, rather than going out and letting the National Council just pick any old party and go for them. Because we could, it's unlikely, but we could pick a really shit party to negotiate with if we're given a joint mandate, and then we just go out and say, hey, do you guys want to swap some votes? Then it goes out to member vote, and this party's like number 40 or 50 or something. Everyone hates them. We've already negotiated this deal with them, so it's like, well, okay, maybe some problems there. We've already had emails from external individuals or organizations to the National Council saying, hey, come join our electoral coalition. Some of them look pretty sketch.
Yeah, so Sean, we have precedent for running preference voting and approval voting simultaneously. That's actually how we do it for candidates historically. We've run both a preference vote and an approval vote, saying, hey, which says both, hey, what order should we run these candidates in, and hey, should we run this candidate at all? So I'm open to that as well, but I don't think it's, but I'm not particularly keen to present the membership with a list of 50 parties, some of whom are terrible, and then give the National Council a blank check to negotiate with any of them if people just click yes to all of them.
I mean, of course, endorsing parties that don't necessarily share all our values could still be strategically advantageous. So it depends on how much we want to stick to our guns and how much leniency we can give, given that it's likely to benefit us just as much as it is any other party that we make a deal with.
Such as
Well,
with
that's exactly right. But it's really a decision of this scale and magnitude is something that realistically the membership should have a large say on. And so with that preference referendum, a caveat to it is that this time, instead of just voting on the preference order, members should understand that if FM1 and FM2 go through, members are also not just voting on preferences, they're also voting on which parties we do joint tickets with, which parties we do co-campaigns with, which parties we have shared branding and shared promotion, and potentially all of these other implications to run a completely different kind of electoral campaign this year. And I think if parties are going to, if the members are going to preference a certain party very highly and say we want to preference this one number one or number two, then we as the National Council should be working with those parties in other ways, not just saying to them, we're going to give you high preferences. We should be, doing what we can to cross-promote each other's campaigns.
yeah. Quick minor procedural.
Just a comment there from Andrew. From our constitution, the National Congress has the exclusive right by 2/3 majority vote to allow the party to merge with, affiliate with, or disaffiliate with any other organisation.
I'd like to respond to that. We actually have briefly covered that in the National Council meeting. We did discuss that provision. We didn't discuss it in depth, though. My personal reading is that the wording of that clause implies a non-party, a non-political party. So, for example, to affiliate with the EFA or APF or the Australia Institute or so on and so forth. So, as opposed to affiliating with political parties specifically. So I think that was the intention behind that clause.
Also, again, minor technical note for Andrew D. Just remember that when you edit a comment on Discord, it reposts the entire comment on IRC. So in case there are people on IRC, that probably is going to be just to keep in mind. Oh yeah, and I think IRC is where our official logs are, aren't they, Alex?
Yeah, that's okay. It just reposts them. Just try and get it right the first time.
Yeah, I thought I'd just make that note, just because I'm mostly that too.
Yeah, Andrew does raise a good point there.
Andrew, would you accept the National Congress having the right to allow the party to affiliate with other organisations by delegating that right to the National Council in a prescribed fashion? Under certain circumstances, yeah.
Just to mind, also I'll make a technical note here, Sean. That's not strictly true, as any votes, or most of the things we're voting on here at National Congress do still need to go out to a full party vote anyway. So technically it is going to a referendum, but it's a very specific vote on National Congress motion for the full party base. So potentially, with regards to the National Congress voting to affiliate with another organisation, we could put that to the DRC to come up with a ruling. Alternatively, we could, which is probably the way it should go. Alternatively, we could put it to the Congress to decide and just vote up or down on the motion.
Because the point which I think I made last week, discussion leading up to this, this all depends on how widely or narrowly you interpret, affiliate. So, for example, my choir is a club based at a university, and it's primarily student members, and hence it is formally affiliated to the student union. We have specific obligations and benefits as a result of this relationship, and it's ongoing from year to year. Similarly, we're a member of an umbrella body for university choirs. This is a formal ongoing relationship in which we are a member of another organization. By contrast, the party might, in the course of an election campaign, might make all sorts of pledges, and indeed, say, hey, look, there's this campaign, we support it, we think it's good. If there's an organization running that campaign, does that mean we've affiliated with them for the purposes of that constitutional clause? I think that would be a bad reading, because it would paralyze the party. We would need to decide at the Congress before, or at an interim Congress before each election, exactly which groups we're going to align ourselves with in any way, shape, or form.
Historically speaking, the party has always erred on the side of democracy and greater restrictions on the actions of National Council. So the original intention of that clause was probably to interpret it broadly.
Okay,
but in terms of affiliation, in terms of affiliation, that potentially has open meaning as well. So, in Alex's example, affiliation with the with the UQ union by a student club has a very specific meaning, which essentially makes that club under the control of the union. In return, the union gives them insurance and funding and other cool stuff. So, affiliation in that sense had a specific legal meaning, which was a somewhat unequal relationship. What we're talking about is very different. It'll be a fairly fair and balanced relationship where we would get some things we negotiated for, and they would get some things we negotiated for as well. Dave, did you want to read out that comment? From Andrew?
I can do it if you want me to instead.
That's okay, Dave's still here.
Sorry about that. Yeah, for expecting our members to campaign for another party, then it's hard to interpret that as not being an affiliation, but I can certainly see the distinction there between legal affiliation and just offering mutual support.
Mutual aid, if you will.
Okay.
So it looks like discussion is kind of winding down now. So there's two ways we can go forward about this. Putting aside my proposal to amend the motion first, the first way we can do it is simply send the motions to a vote and let the party decide if these motions are constitutional or not. The second way to do it is to table these motions and send a request for the DRC to intervene and make a ruling as to whether these motions are constitutional or not. it's fairly early in Congress, so there'd be plenty of time for the DRC to discuss and debate it.
Andrew, if we limit ourselves to joint tickets rather than cross-campaigning, would you accept that as being a, I guess, sufficiently weak form of affiliation to not be covered by that clause?
Just another one here from Sean. Does our preference ranking system allow us to determine approximate approval rates in any way? For example, could we mandate something like top 6 preference ranking and ranked in top 6 by more than 15% of party respondents?
Alex, that's a technical question.
I don't know how I would count that.
I'm sure we
probably captured.
the votes are recorded and we could run a script.
Given the raw ballot data, I'm sure that I could count it. I would rather, if you want to go to a clause like that, I would rather you put a generic quorum on it. Because of the way that this ballot is likely to work, it's possible that we'll get a whole bunch of quite different rankings that nonetheless sort of average out. But yeah, I would accept an amendment to put a quorum on the preference poll.
It's fairly likely that they'll cross over anyway. That the top 6 parties will be will be in the top 6 for most people voting. Not guaranteed though, because of the way we order preferences.
Okay. Hang on. Give me 2 minutes to catch up with the minutes.
Okay. I did get a PM from Liam saying that he couldn't be hearing anything from the stream. It keeps cutting in and cutting out. I got that about, oops, an hour ago.
The stream seems to be good now.
I think those issues have been mostly resolved now.
Hopefully. Hopefully. I just didn't notice it until now.
Okay, so Andrew, you would accept something similar to my FM1 if we had an up or down approval vote on each party with a 2/3 threshold, rather than a top 6 thing?
I think that's going to be a little bit clearer, and there's no need to put an exact number on it, so long as it has the bulk of member approval.
No, I think a 2/3 majority approval is appropriate.
Another comment from Andrew D. We could put a checkbox on the preference ordering poll to authorise affiliation against specific parties.
Yeah, effectively, we'd be asking 2 questions with the voting system. One is for question 1 is rank all these parties. Question 2. Do you approve of the national count? Question 2. Do you give the National Council approval to negotiate a joint ticket with this party without further ratification? This only applies if the party gets more than 2/3 of votes in favour. So for context, that would be a motion to amend FM1, provided that they receive more than 2/3 membership approval in a poll similar to the membership preference poll, or in a poll conducted with the membership preference poll.
Yeah, that sounds good. Just a simple swap out for the top 6 and any parties with 2/3 approval.
Um, 2/3 of respondents. Oh, actually, that's a good point. Let me check the... Item says 2/3 majority vote, which has a specific meaning in the context of the Constitution. It's 2/3 of respondents rather than 2/3 of everyone. Sean, it's specific to yeah. There's just one. Okay, so there's. At this point, are we withdrawing FM2 altogether and saying, hey, there's pre-approval for everyone who gets that 2/3 majority? Because I would strongly prefer it to be that. I don't want to have to have 2 votes, both can we negotiate with these people and do you like what we came up with? Because I feel like that's going to add way too much overhead. Either we approve approve going and talking to them, or we say, hey, you can go and talk to these people and we'll say yeah or no on the result.
Yes, I'd agree with that, Sean. With the rewording, it kind of makes the second one a moot point.
Okay.
Okay.
Tell me when to update the page.
Update what page? Sorry.
The wiki page.
Just the formal motion text.
Yeah, I haven't figured out the replacement text.
Okay.
So we're just working on updating the motion text there. So we're just working on.
If you see, don't vote yet. If you think there are serious problems with my wording, speak now and I will withdraw it and re-put it. So I guess that should be a proposed motion, but...
Just a very, very minor change there. I'd probably like to specify the previous membership preference poll. Otherwise, it could technically last forever.
In a membership... Oh, yeah.
For the 2021 federal election instead of the next election.
In the previous membership poll, I guess.
My concern is, will this mean we have to run two side-by-side votes like you didn't want to, Alex, or can we run them both as the same referendum?
Yeah, it'll require two side-by-side votes, but I think that's the that's a price I'm willing to pay.
We can just have them as two questions.
It'll just be two questions
referendum.
in the same thing. That's fine.
Yep. So the preferencing is just your standard preferencing order, and then for the actual deal negotiation, that would be a tick box.
It's just a big list of parties and a big list of check boxes.
Yep. Okay. So yeah, well, I think that works really nicely because they'll be sent out of the same package. So you have two questions, and it'll be pretty neat and pretty easy to do. It wouldn't be too hard, I think, because anyone responding to it will respond to both questions in the referendum. Okay.
There we go.
So I believe the procedure here is that you can amend your motion without a vote.
Oh yeah, well that's easy.
And if you don't agree to an amendment, that's when it goes to a vote to force the amendment to go through. So there's also my proposal to amend FM2.
Yep.
Does that need to be updated in light of this?
FM2 is redundant if FM1 passes. So I'll, with permission of the chair, I would like to leave FM2 until we vote on FM1 and then return to FM2. And if FM1 passes, then I will withdraw FM2.
Why would it be redundant? If
Actually,
FM1
no, it's
fails,
not.
what
It's
can
not
we
at that
actually
point.
do with FM2? Is there any point to keeping it?
Actually, no. If FM1 in this form fails, then FM2 is actually substantively different if we don't change it.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm thinking it might be the go to withdraw FM2.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Is everyone happy with my new motion text for FM1?
Yep, that looks great.
So key point on the wording there, it's negotiate joint tickets and negotiate joint campaigns or co-campaigns.
Oh, yeah. Actually, yeah. A good point.
It's kind of implied, but yeah, you might want to make it explicit.
I'll change that and to an and/or.
Yeah, Roger, that's what I'm proposing.
Yeah.
I realized my brother set on the mouse at the side button is actually refresh.
Okay.
Okay, Alex, do you accept your own amendment?
Right?
It's more complicated, but it's also more flexible overall. Yeah.
You know, it might actually be worth bringing back my amended FM2 as an optional extra. If we say for your new FM1, if we keep the requirement that negotiated deals require party ratification, then split off the pre-authorization for ratification into FM2.
Yeah, that was the original intention.
So essentially, just a catch-all there. So we can ratify on an as-needed basis, even if it hasn't been previously approved.
Mm-hmm. I'm just thinking ahead in case members don't want to give us that mandate to negotiate deals without ratification. They're picking because what happens with this current motion is that members pick the parties, but they have no say about the deals whatsoever. We've got complete control over that.
That would have been the case if FM2 passed anyway, as original.
Yeah, exactly. So splitting it off into FM2 gives a bit more flexibility in how people can respond to us to us going ahead with this. I think based off the text chat, there seems to be a bit of support for FM1 for this new amended proposal, so that may be a trivial concern.
I mean, if you don't, yeah, like it does specify what sort of deals you can have. Like there's there's not a lot of deals that we can do beyond we'll run joint tickets, or hey, you support us in this state and we'll support you in that state. If you don't want either of those to happen with a certain party, then you just don't vote to approve a deal with them. And now that it's fine-grained to the level of the party, I think that's a sufficient balance struck.
All right, well, let's hear final comments on this then before we go to a vote.
Non-responsive. Are any of you getting just a frozen picture of Fred?
Yes, it appears to be static. His
Maybe
stream
he's
might
just
have
really,
dropped
really
out.
good at meditating. No, he's back.
Oh no, he just moved.
Okay, it's back.
Okay, let's go to A. Oh, we've got one more comment coming. So, Alex, do you formally accept your amendment to FM1, and do you formally withdraw FM2?
Yes, I'm just editing the
wikis.
Yep. And cool. Let's formatting there.
So just for the sake of the stream, Alex, can you verbally confirm about what's happening with FM1 and FM2?
Yeah, so I have accepted my own amendment.
So the new text is on the wiki now?
FM1, the new text should be on the wiki. And I withdraw FM2.
Let me refreshing properly. I'm still
It
seeing
doesn't
the
look
old
like the
text.
wiki's been updated. Yeah, it's still got the old text.
Okay.
Did you hit preview or something instead of save changes?
Is this on the combined page?
Oh, right, it's split out. No,
Yeah, hang on.
I'm looking at motions at the moment.
Yeah, I'm looking at motions as well. I didn't know there was another page.
Yeah, hang on. It's just because of how they're done on the thing.
I got on the combined.
So while Alex is working on that, what we'll do is shortly we'll go to a vote on formal motion 1.
Let me, yeah, hang on.
Oh,
I will have that thing fixed in a moment. It just has to purge the cache.
okay. I'll repost the text of the amended formal motion 1. So we'll be able to start a... So we'll be able to actually start a vote.
There we go. It should be fixed now.
Okay, so the current motion on the floor is the updated formal motion 1, which reads, authorise the National Council to negotiate joint tickets and or campaigns for the next election with other parties or independents, provided that I hadn't actually called the votes, but that's okay. Provided that said party or independent, it's goddamn tyranny. The party's overruling me yet again. Provided that said party or independent exceeds 2/3 approval in a membership-wide poll held not more than 1 year prior, all deals must be balanced or reciprocal, but will not require subsequent ratification by another membership vote.
And now, if we did properly start voting,
okay, you have until 12:55 to get your votes in.
A random thought just occurred to me. We actually don't have a mechanism for proxy voting, do we, in our constitution?
No, I
Because
suppose
I remember
not.
this came up years ago, and we debated it because someone wanted to do a proxy, and we debated on the floor. And I think this was at the Brisbane one, Dave, and someone said, "Oh no, you can't do these proxies because it's not in the constitution." And so
We could totally put them in the standing orders.
What was that, Alex?
I think it would be, we could reasonably put them in the standing orders.
I mean, the whole direct democracy thing, proxy voting could become problematic.
No, you're talking about the liquid democracy failure mode. Well, the standard procedure for proxies is, of course, for proxies to be submitted in writing to the secretary or other appropriate office holder before the meeting, and then announced at the start of the meeting in the fashion of, I, person A, grant my proxy vote to person B. Okay, I better do some counting here.
Yeah, it would potentially need a constitutional amendment, though, right?
potentially.
Well, yeah, I don't know. There's a certain amount of fiat we have when there's sort of flexibility in interpretation. Okay, 1 minute or 30 seconds really remaining. Okay, stop voting there. Looks like that passes unanimously. So it's now 12:56 p.m. This is an excellent time to stop for lunch.
Oh, so it is.
We will usually have 1 hour for lunch. So we'll be, I'll place a vote for whether we should break for lunch shortly. Before we do, I'll briefly talk about after lunch. So that was all of our formal motions and all of our constitutional motions. So all that remains is our policy and platform amendment motion. So this is usually where most of the time on the weekend is spent debating and discussing these. Now, we have a number of platforms. We've got 6 PAMs on the list ready to get through. There's actually, hang on a second, 1, 2, 3. One of them is a 4-parter.
Yes, so it's got 4 distinct possibilities. That'll be a doozy.
I can see that. Yeah, I can see this is quite an in-depth one. I remember that this one's come up at the last couple of congresses as well. So that one will be a big old back and forth, I'm predicting. So what we'll do is shortly we'll go into lunch. We'll go into those quick ones, and we may end up temporarily tabling PAM 3, depending on how time goes. But before then, immediately after lunch, we're going to I'm going to be inviting our first guest speaker to join us on the stream. I
told people that would be tomorrow.
Was that? I thought we were going to do one at lunch each day. Was what I was suggesting. That's right.
I emailed people and said we'd do them tomorrow.
If one's here, then here. If one's not, then they're not.
Well, this
one of them is Andrew,
good.
who's presumably here both days.
Yep. Well, that's all right. It's a pretty minor change anyway. Okay, so I'm going to place a motion now to go to lunch.
Hang on. Did we get that?
So you'll feel free to vote against this if you think there's still business we need to handle. So 3 minutes, and then the timer will start from, I make it 1 p.m. exactly Eastern Standard Time when the vote will close. Just as a comment, it's really exciting to see a lot of new faces popping up in Discord and participating in Congress this year. The big member drive we've had since Christmas last year was a huge success. We had a lot of new people coming forward, and it's really encouraging to see you guys jumping right in and having a say in how the party goes and keeping an eye on things. The policy debates coming up this afternoon should be pretty exciting. There should be a lot of good back and forth, and some of them are likely to pass uncontroversially and unopposed. They'll go straight through. Some of them, particularly the PAM 3 freedom of speech policy update, is going to, I predict it's going to have quite intense debate, as it always has historically. So that should be quite fun, and hopefully we can do it in a good, respectful, open environment. So what I'm also going to suggest is that those of you who've contributed to a motion, or those of you who have strong feelings about a particular motion, you're invited to address the live stream using video and audio. It's not required. You're free to continue using text if you want, but it's a strong tradition that the main person behind a policy motion uses video and audio to defend it. Not always happens. It's not a requirement, though. It's up to you. On a personal note, having a name and a face and a voice to present on stream does tend to make a more convincing case if you're attempting to make an argument. It tends to be a little bit more persuasive. That's what I've seen. Make that 2 minutes. So those of you, and obviously anyone is welcome to come and address Congress via the live stream. If you're a member and you want to talk using video and audio, please do. I highly encourage it. Just message myself or Alex to get access to that. We'll get you onto the stream. Yep, and we're particularly looking at people who want to debate one of these policy amendment motions. And obviously tomorrow as well, if you're running for council, you're also highly encouraged to jump on stream. Just put a name, a face, and a voice all together, so you can give your candidate nomination speech. So we've got a number of people here who've worked on policies and may want to debate them. Yeah. Okay. Close voting there. Thank you very much, everyone. I'll see you at 2 minutes past 2.
Thank you. Now.
Great, thank you.
Oh yeah.
Now. Great, thank you.
I forgot to just a small
What
thing
was
for
it?
the start recording. Now I've restarted.
All right, this looks good. I would have been happy with just the video while we adjusted the layout. That would have been fine. That would have been quite good. And it would have, people watching, waiting for us to return, would have had something to look at as well. Hello to everyone on the live stream. Welcome back. So this is, Mandrake, are we good to resume Congress, or is there anything else we need to do?
The only minor thing I would like to know is the context of the thing, but that's fine. You can resume when ready.
You will find out in just a moment. So let's resume then. The afternoon session of National Congress 2021 for Pirate Party Australia, Saturday afternoon session. So on the agenda, we have the policy amendment motions, which will take up most of the rest of the afternoon, probably all of the rest of the afternoon, and parts of tomorrow as well. However, before we jump straight into those policy motions, we've got something special planned here. We've got a special guest speaker who I'll be interviewing, who's a pretty interesting character and has got some pretty interesting things to say about politics, about activism, and some stuff which is pretty relevant to the Pirate Party platform as well. So we'll jump straight into it. So to our special guest, what's your name? What's your handle?
I'm commonly more known as JPEG, and Studio 9001 is my pet project, which I've been running for 7 years come this Wednesday. It's almost 7 years old.
So, that's a really exciting milestone. So what do you do around Brisbane?
Well, my focus is photography, and as you and Satch already know, but for those listening at home that don't know me, my subject matter has pretty consistent themes, but generally anything pro human rights and pro environment grabs my attention. Other than that, I don't mind shooting Harajuku, fashion, cosplay, and that sort of things. But my main focus is generally human rights, civil rights, and the like.
So how'd you get into photography?
Funny story, actually, or probably more of an ironic one. I've always had something of an artistic nature, which I tapped into at about 11, where I got a taste of drawing, particularly cartoons. That snowballed into an enthusiasm for art throughout high school. Between drawing, story writing, and wanting to rap, my spark had little nurture for a long time, but that's a matter for another podcast. What drew me towards photography, believe it or not, I was clutching at straws looking for work, as you do. So after burying myself in Seek for a fat minute, I stumbled across a job for a forensics photographer. The ad sparked so much I didn't know where to begin, but my first thought was I haven't properly tapped into this as an artistic medium yet. Why not? And from then on, the more I thought about it, the more it made sense, and I felt something photography orientated might be my calling. Granted, there's some position that I was looking at was I was underqualified for it, and me hanging out with a 5.0 24/7 probably would have ended up in tears for one person or another. But and having doing my trends assignment in my diploma on forensics, the subject matter is obviously probably a bit morbid for me to be able to handle, but definitely a fascinating subject topic, and it ultimately led me down where I'm going now.
So you're a regular side at protests and rallies and political events in Brisbane. Do you consider yourself very political, and what are your political beliefs?
Well, am I a political person? Well, being apolitical in itself is a political stance, so the answer is always going to be yes by default. But assuming you want to go into specifics, I do remember having a yarn with a friend who's been on the circuit for probably longer than I have, and at one rally did ask me they did ask me after X amount of years, I had no idea what my political ideology was. I didn't have a straight answer, ultimately because I didn't have one. probably droned on like an idiot, but it sparked an idea for a written piece which I've been procrastinating on since. But to summarize, I've always considered myself more of an artist and an activist. Anyway, I was in a pretty chaotic mindset when I took my first steps down the rabbit hole, but ultimately I think I'm a lot richer having done so. But as for beliefs and ideology, I think Bill and Ted summed it up properly when they said be excellent to each other. Failing that, just don't be a jerk.
Words to live by for sure. So following on from that question, why do you do what you do?
Well, my initial idea was for my photography to be something of a megaphone for those putting their voices out there. Said voices get out and project and get to say their piece and put their message out there, and I project that via my photography. From there on, it's up to the audience to interpret, share, love, hate, or dismiss, or take it as they do. It's not on me to make you think, but it's up to me to give you something to think about, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. So those of us who go to protests and rallies regularly, often see a lot of police there. So do you ever have any notable interactions with the police?
Yeah, I do try and I do ultimately try and keep my nose clean and play by their rules to a degree, enough to keep myself out of strife. But to answer your question, yeah, I've had more than my share of interactions with the police. Like I was able to write up a few after being pitched this question, but we'd be here all day if I talked about everything. First one that comes to mind, wasn't actually at a protest, but I was on my way to one, and yeah, to be fair, in the coppers' defence, I was playing a game of cat and mouse while fair evading between Enoggera and Bowen Hills on the way into a gay rights dealie. I thought I made a clean break from the cops until I heard him yell out to me. I was like, okay, yeah, you got me. Put my hands on my head, like, yeah, okay, I'll go quietly. Arsehole just fucking bounces me off the wall and bloody throws me to the ground. He's like, got me pinned down, like full fucking body weight on me. Like, asked me what a bloody, what I'm doing. I'm like, yeah, I was trying to dodge a fine for fair evading, and he was like, "Are you shitting me?" Like fucking inches from your face. Like, are you fucking shitting me? And like he's he did say when we got to the station, the way I bloody played cat and mouse and ducked and weaved from him, he would have thought that I was wanted for murder. So, my time at the at Fortitude Valley Police Station, where they took me after that, like it just felt like it wouldn't end. They were going through me they were going through me bag, which had me Forks mask, a Anon flag, and I think I had my laptop and stuff with me. But yeah, I had all my stuff, and a couple of cops were like giving me cheek about the V for Vendetta mask, and I gave them some I gave them some sass back, and then they got all staunching in my face like, you don't fucking swear to me, blah, 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 blah. And I'm just like, yeah, it get cold in here. And I'm like, but yeah, no, I was just like, yeah, I didn't know if they were going to fucking pulverize me or what, just for giving them a bit of cheek. But yeah, that was the first one that came to mind. Other one, during the G20, like when we got to, or when I got off at South Bank Station on my way to Musgrave Park to set up shop and do my stuff with the 10 embassy there for over the G20. I was taking photos of the setup, like there was rent offence everywhere, cops everywhere. I was just taking photos to get the feel of the atmosphere, because I've never seen anything quite like that. Sachi would remember exactly what I'm talking about, but like, yeah, it was really something to behold. But yeah, anyway, when I get to where the eatery is at TAFE at South Bank, I'm take some photos there of the place was absolutely swarmed with cops. I'm just like, yeah, this is another side to behold. Bang, bang, bang. Take a few shots, and yeah, that of course got their attention. Got a pat down. Some of my stuff's recorded on video as well. I think that's on my Facebook. But yeah, went through my gear, pretty standard stuff. Most of the cops were pretty pleasant, but but one of them, yeah, even one of them at a later anti-Newman rally recognised me and was like, "Get him, JPEG," when I was doing my stuff. But yeah, there was one or two cops that seemed to really be salty at me and just pretty much accused me of taking photos of all the rent fence and barricades and whatever because me and me mates are trying to fucking sneak a way in to try and penetrate it. I was like, that thought didn't cross my mind, but that's actually not a bad idea. Like, I wasn't doing it. The thought never occurred to me until you said, I think you're trying to sneak in here. But yeah, I just said, that's not what I'm doing. I'm just here to take photos. And yeah, one of the other cops pretty much just said, you know what you're saying, not to fuck around. If you want to play games, you're gonna get made to bugger off. But sorry, go.
Well, I was just going to say that we've got a lot of interstate people here. We've actually got a lot of overseas people tuning in as well. So if it's okay, I'll just quickly explain a couple of the events that you mentioned there. So one of the events you went to, which was just loaded up with renter fences and hundreds of police everywhere was the G20, which is the 20 biggest GDP countries in the world. And there was massive. It was held here in Brisbane in 2014 or something. 2013,
I believe.
Yeah, and massive protests against it, huge, and so it made a pretty big splash at the time. And another one you mentioned was the I believe you would talked a little bit about the KP 120. So in the most people are probably aware that Australia doesn't actually have a humane policy towards asylum seekers. Australia actually, we actually lock up our asylum seekers in a concentration camp on an island. We put them in cells for the crime of trying to get away from war-torn countries. And obviously this is a human rights breach and an enormous one, and it's been going on for 10, 20 years. So unfortunately, some of these asylum seekers have been in these concentration camps. Yeah, for over a decade, and so
it's absolutely disgusting. Like, they've been there for about 8 years now, if memory serves me. Like, they've been there about 8 in this fucking Kangaroo Point prison. Like, was a hotel, but hotel quarantining before COVID. That's pretty much the only way I can put it. But I just remember talking about interactions with the police. Not there was a few people that were trying to shake down the barricades at one of the Kangaroo Point rallies, and this one cop just came in and full bloody yeeted himself at this old dude. Not flattened him, but just palmed him, knocked him flat, and it was falling I would like to say I'm shocked but not surprised, but it was pretty full on. It just there was a big gush of fucking silence when that happened. Fucking hell, did we just really bloody watch this cop drop this old dude? It's like, what the fuck? It was on the news and everything. I thought I was recording, but I didn't have me but no, I wasn't recording. But plenty of people were there, and plenty of people saw it, were recording, and like I said, it was all over the news anyway. So it was
All right. So before we go any further, it looks like your camera might have frozen. Was that intentional, or did you want to maybe try and restart it to get it working again?
No, I think it does that for some reason. It starts up and then freezes and then goes on. Guess just bear with it. Not like I'm showing you anything except for myself here. So
we're admiring your poster collection on the back of the wall, I think. All right.
Oh yeah. So what's your favorite?
I'm loving the one in Russian. That's one of the Sputnik probes, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Sputnik 1. Yeah, that's
Sputnik 1, yeah.
Yeah, well, it says that backwards in Cyrillic writing, but yeah, no, saw it, wanted it, got it. Got another one of Yuri Gagarin over there, but it's off screen. But anyway, we're not here to yarn about me poster collection.
Yeah, so jumping back to the question, so you've got you're kind of well known as often turning up to protests wearing a V for Vendetta, a Guy Fawkes mask from V for Vendetta, just like Anonymous. So what was your attraction to that?
Well, yeah, I'll start with those. Those were the days. Like I've kind of sort of like taken a step back from Anonymous and like become my own personal project. That particular rabbit hole, like I was in kind of a cell place when I'm just like, when I realized, wait, the world's fucked. Then all this stuff about Anonymous like came to pass. I'm like, I'm going to look into this, and it gave me the perfect outlet for what I was thinking, how I was feeling, and pretty much Anonymous. Like another friend has actually said this, and like I haven't been able to stop thinking about it since. Is this one friend of mine pretty much referred to Anonymous as gateway activism, like sort of like a gateway drug, but like with activism, like people get into it, then they bloody go this way, that way, venture left, right, center, and just work out where they end. But like the mask and the first step down the rabbit hole for some, including myself. But as like I said before, I've always considered myself more of an artist than a activist. So, but still obviously combining the two. But like with the mask, don't know if you want to call it a uniform or not, but the idea was to try and maintain a bit of anonymity. To like I didn't want the fame for like doing it, and to me that kind of sort of struck me as the idea anyways, just to do it out of decency, and instead of doing it to get a pat on the back. So that and I didn't want political aspects to clash with personal life, which to me makes sense. So, but since piggybacking off the Anon name for quite some time, I decided to become my own personal project and do me stuff there. Like I'm proud of me time with them, but decided that I needed to stretch my wings, and what can I say? And I'll always have a place in my heart. So
I can see you're wearing a different mask today. Yeah. So what are some of your favorite moments or events that you witnessed?
We'll go back to G20 because that's it all ends up going back to G20 anyway. Just thinking about this, but G20 on the final day, like I ended up having a few drinks before the final end, so I kind of missed most of the last protest. But like we were where we'd set up shop was like pretty much around the block from Musgrave Park, and like we heard the protesters coming in through that towards that final stretch. So I thought, while I'm here, might as well take these photos. So go in, take photos, and then out of nowhere, there's just this big bang, and everyone just bloody sprinted towards me for that for that final like 100-meter dash towards Musgrave Park. There was just this big bang out of nowhere. I have no idea what it was, but just bang. Then everyone just starts stampeding at me. I damn near shit myself, and I'm pretty sure the cops did as well. And they just ran at me. Like I was just going bang, bang, bang with me camera. Like I wasn't expecting this photo that I got, but I just got this awesome shot of everyone just like piss bolting straight at me. It was really a sight to behold. Like it was. Like the raw energy of the moment was that bloody intense that it was I can't think of anything since it has topped it. But it was that was one of my favorite things. Dethroning Campbell Newman was a fun time. I took a picture flipping him a picture of myself flipping him the bird at one instance. That wasn't at a protest. That was I think it was when Prince William came here or something. But yeah, no, I flipped off Campbell Newman. Storming his office in his penultimate day in office was fucking fun. No, I just stood out the front of his office, made a racket, and just yeah. Yeah, no, it was fun. So met a lot of interesting people over the subsequent 7 years as well. Off the top of my head, I've met the Veronicas. I've met Richard D. Natal. I've met Richard D. Natali, and I've met Pauline Hanson. That was about as fun as it sounded, but yeah,
That it was.
Story for the grandkids, I guess.
Yeah. So the Veronicas are actually Queensland locals. They grew up in Ashgrove, I think, here in Brisbane, or somewhere north side.
Yeah, I do remember they were supposed to be from Queensland. I've got a picture of them in a frame up there, so I'd get it up and show you, but it looks like my screen's frozen again. So, but yeah, no, that was they were a couple of speakers at one of the gay marriage protests that were happening. So yeah,
Right.
met them and got a quick photo with them. So yeah.
So for the benefit, again, for anyone who's interstate or international, Campbell Newman is a Conservative Premier of Queensland about 8 or 10 years ago or something, slashed about half or 2/3 of the public service, fired 10,000 people from their jobs. Enormously unpopular. He's single-handedly the reason why Queensland is a Labor state these days. And Di Natale is the head of the Australian Greens. Pauline Hanson, she stuck around like a bad smell. She founded One Nation, who wanted Asians to go home back in the 90s, and now they want I don't even know all kinds of racist trash.
Went from whinging about Asians to whinging about Muslims. Like she found the perfect ticket to have something.
She moved on to Islam. Sorry.
Yeah. That's pretty much it. Yeah. So
she's another product of Queensland as well, much to our shame. Moving on rapidly, moving on to the next question. So, where do you think Australia is headed in the next 10 years?
Well, like if 2 years ago you would tell me that Australia, or be it the world, is where it is now, I'd have laughed at you and told you to get fucked. Like that's So yeah, maybe my predictions like not quite all that, but like yeah, just some. Honestly, I'm like really. The only thing that I can think of is what was I going to say? Yeah, I'm the only person that like used to ritualistically wear a mask, and now everyone's doing it. That's how much my predictions not exactly on the ball. So I can't even think about tomorrow, let alone the next 3,650 days ahead. This morning I woke up to something from work in me on my app, and we're going back into lockdown at 4 o'clock. I didn't see that coming. Probably should have, but didn't predict that at all. So I could not tell you. I'm just going with the flow, doing what I can when I can do it, and just trying to be the best human being I can.
Great. Well, is there anything else you'd like to say to the stream while you're here?
Not really. No. There's nothing nothing sensible anyway.
What about something unsensible?
Patrolling the Mojave almost makes you wish for a nuclear winter.
Great. All right. Well, how can anyone interested who wants to check out your photos and follow along with what you do, how can they follow you?
Most of my magic happens on the Facebook page, which is facebook.com/studio9001. I also have an Instagram, which is instagram.com/jpeg.studio9001. Both are linked, so but you post something to Instagram, it gets posted onto Facebook. So those are pretty much intertwined. So but most of the magic happens on Facebook anyway. So yeah, get on it.
Well, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for joining us. Fascinating to hear your story, and it's always great to sort of reminisce and look back on some of the protests and rallies that we've bumped into over the years. It's been a pretty busy 10 years, but you've always been there documenting it, and I think that's really important.
Yeah,
really important what you do.
That's kind of the idea. Like I just like first meeting with Anon would have been November 5th, 2012. Yeah, one of us that was there, like I brought my camera because like I didn't know what was going to happen, how big it was going to be, but I brought my camera anyway, took some photos. One of us said like, yeah, no, that can be what you do, like just get the camera, shoot to kill, metaphorically speaking, and just go to town with the camera and just be the artist and activist rolled into one, so to speak, and yeah, and yeah, now here I am. So yeah.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much for your time. Anyone wanting to have any follow-up questions can refer those to Facebook or Instagram. Now let's roll on to the next agenda item, which is getting straight into the policy amendment motions. So, Mandrake, if you want to adjust the layout, and I'll extend that invite again, reminding that anyone who has a policy motion which they want to speak about, that I'll encourage you to jump on the stream. So we did have a few people who did want to jump on stream, I know, but they haven't hopped on yet. So I'll just give you another reminder to do so. Now, the first policy motion, because the first policy motion we're getting to is PM1, the gene patents update, which is put by Roger and Alex. Roger's saying I'm on, but I'm not seeing you in the stream.
Alex. I just need to move my car. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, you're welcome to go or hang out, whichever you like. Thanks a lot.
Yep.
See you later. Thanks.
Yeah, I'd like to put a procedural motion to do PM6 after PM2.
Technically, that's up to the chair. Or rather, the chair can just make an arbitrary decision. Yeah. I'm quite happy to do that.
Cool, thank you. I expect, this is in line with traditional Congress procedure of doing the uncontroversial stuff first, and doing the likely controversial things later.
Okay, I'm just having some problems with Ninja. It seems to be freezing on me. Is Mandrake, is Roger? Did he make it into the stream? Okay, have you got him there? Okay, is John August? Are you here?
Indeed, I am. Yes, I am.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yep. So for the sake of expediency, we might, since PM2 has got a few people contributing to it, who wants to speak for PM2?
Let me remember which one is 2 and which one is... Okay. Most of the text for PM2 ended up being mine, but I'm happy to let someone else talk to it first.
Okay. So of the contributors to PM2, does anyone want to speak to the rationale to that one, or are you happy to let Alex do it?
Sorry, so just for minutes clarification, we're doing 2, then 1, then 6?
if Roger's here, we can actually do PM1 first. I can't actually see Ninja. Is Roger ready to speak?
We have video of Roger.
Okay, but no audio. Oh, there we go. I see it now. Okay.
You are.
All right. So what I might do then is...
Sweet. I kind of see myself. Cool. So we'll get through this one hopefully pretty quick, so that we can get on to the more contentious ones. Firstly, though, Miles, thanks for bringing on JPEG. That was awesome. And I definitely think we should somehow integrate being excellent to each other as part of our official policies. But maybe I'll make a motion for that later. So gene patents, PM1 is an update to one of our existing
Roger, you're
policies.
talking simultaneously.
Okay. My Ninja is crashing. I need to restart it.
Simultaneously?
So I'm going to leave, and Alex, I'll be back in a minute.
Am I coming through okay?
Yeah, Roger, you're coming through okay. Miles will reboot you and then and then see how we go. I'm going to make the arbitrary decision that we don't really need to wait for Miles to get back on the stream. Roger, start giving the broad motivation for why we're doing PM1.
Absolutely. So for a bit of context, the PM1 is related to an update to our gene patents policy, which is part of the greater streamlined patent system policy. This policy is based around the fact that gene patents basically shouldn't be allowed. That was a policy that was part of the party for quite some time. It has come up in discussion earlier this year that that is actually no longer a thing. It was overturned by a Supreme Court decision in 2015. So this update is to make that amendment to the policy while also keeping the context in the platform, so that we make it pretty obvious that we're against that ever coming back in to legislation. So it's basically just a changing to the wording and also to remove the bullet point that is part of the current policy that states that those patents shouldn't be allowed. So the current policy states retain patents on, abolish patents on genes and living organisms. So that would be the section that's removed. Are there any questions?
Whoever is typing furiously, your keyboard is very loud. Well, yeah, so just to expand on what Roger said, the current policy has two sections. Our policy is often laid out in a talkie bit and a dot points bit. So we're proposed to simply remove the action, the dot point section, and update the talkie section.
Nicely put.
Would anyone like to speak against the motion? Would anyone like to speak to amend the motion? I'll put that to chat as well.
No.
if in a couple of, I might give that a minute, but if no one signals even intent, otherwise we shall proceed to the vote after giving a little bit more time, just in case. I see Sean is typing something, so we might wait for that to happen.
He's just saying it looks pretty solid, so good to go.
Cool. Roger, would you like to do the honours?
Sure.
Just waiting down the clock now at this point. We seem to have lost a few people over lunch break. We went from 17 votes on FM1 to 12 votes on this. In the nick of time, Molesey, in the nick of time.
You know, Alex, gosh, I better kill that echo. I don't know if you guys can hear me, but yes, it reminds me. Okay, you can hear me. Yes, reminds me of a description of some star drives in like Star Trek. They call it the nick of time drive.
That's time. Miles, if you'd like to resume the chair.
Yep, thank you. The Ninja seems to be working again for me, which is excellent. So we've had a request to do, instead of doing PM2 next, we go to PM6, which is right to repair.
Just do PM2 after 6, just before all the free speech.
Okay, so we'll do 2 then.
2, then 6, then everything else.
Marriage policy. Yep, okay, so marriage policy update. We've got, again, a whole bunch of people contributing to this. Sean or Roger, did one of you guys want to speak to PM2 for the rationale? Sean, I see you're in live stream here. We can hear you in here. Let's just check if you're on the live stream. Just say something again. We can hear you in here. Let's just check if you're on the live stream. Just say something again. Just wait for the stream delay.
Someone's got...
Okay, no, it doesn't sound like you're on the live stream. Yeah, that echo was me. I'm just testing the live stream. Mandre, can you just check Sean's audio?
Yep. Is it all good now? Oh,
okay, yep. Sean, we got you in the live stream. That's great.
Okay.
So go ahead when you're ready.
Okay. So on the basis of it, there's already a good amount of like the actual rationale is effectively already in the text. Essentially, there is no like long-standing reason why marriage has to be like strictly monogamous. In fact, there have been lots of studies which have shown that like the norm for humanity, like overall, is some sort of polygamy, varying sorts throughout all various cultures of Earth, and that's not really a particularly big deal when it comes to this. So a lot of the rationale about, like, I actually originally brought this up as like something that I thought we should probably push a bit more, which was actually like somewhat in relation to some of the later parts, which is, one, this is something that I actually care about a significant amount. Like, I have been in poly relationships before myself, and quite frankly, they are just as legitimate as any other relationship. I've been in both polygamous and monogamous relationships. It all depends on the people, and if everyone's okay with it, then that's just a relationship. That's good. This is one of the kind of founding principles of this kind of like more like traditionally liberal outlook. We do not regulate what consenting adults do with each other. That's, if everyone's happy with it, there is no victim, there is no kind of crime that deserves the same recognition as any other union. It also helps with securing like proper custody of children and such, because currently these kind of polygamous relationships, they can happen anyway. They're not illegal. They just end up in really awkward legal scenarios where if they happen to have a child as part of this, like, tripartite or more union, there's not going to be any kind of clear legal guardianship as to what's going to happen in the future. There's also some like separate kind of like more political benefits to it, in that it somewhat shores up like our getting into like the hot topics of PM3 and the few like ones coming up after this. Addressing this also somewhat shores up our kind of our more progressive stance on a lot of things, because supposedly one of the things that we've been struggling with is a lot of kind of media and discussion has focused on the areas where we diverge a lot from the more progressive parties, which has apparently driven away some members in the past. and kind of reasserting that no, we are like, yes, we are like a fairly liberal libertarian party, but we're also a very progressive one. This also kind of strengthens up that from a more political strategy kind of position. I think that pretty much covers most of my position on this.
Okay, so let's hear some comments on this then. We have a comment from Satch. Or question from Satch, maybe?
I would actually have something to
just even though it is, yes, it's a question and potential.
I would actually point out in response to that, Satch, that we actually
Okay, so I'm just dealing with some delay. But adults. Yep, in legally recognised unions from overseas will be recognised under this Act. I'd just feel better if that wasn't explicitly mentioned, or if it can be. Just reworded slightly to make it clear that we won't be endorsing marriages with minors moving from countries which allow that.
There's also something else which is worth noting about
yeah,
that.
so I just think we could be more explicit, because 12-year-olds in some places can be considered adults for the purpose of a marriage.
Yeah.
No, and that I can see the previous dot point, but it says civil unions will be available to all and only consenting adults. That seems to imply adults that are entering into a new civil union in Australia. But the next point seems to infer that maybe marriages with minors may be accepted.
I would agree with David's point in the sense of adding to the sentence to say adults in legally recognized unions from overseas will be recognized under this Act, provided those unions meet Australian standards. Adults in legally recognized unions from overseas will be recognized under this Act, provided those unions meet Australian standards.
Yep, that sounds good.
This isn't just about hitting child marriage, it's about hitting non-consensual marriage between adults.
Yeah. Be 100% okay with that amendment.
Roger, Andrew, can we get verbal agreement to my, or some sort of agreement for my update?
I would personally approve. No reason to recognize overseas unions that we wouldn't allow ourselves. Plus, we know for sure that, like, even if this policy did somehow go through, we can be pretty sure that other countries are unlikely to recognize our unions because they don't conform to their standards.
Well, all 4 proponents agree to that. I will. Update that. And then okay, that should be visible to everybody now.
Yes. That looks good.
Yep, looks good to me now.
Cool.
So we have a little bit of discussion there going in text chat. I'm assuming everyone is following that. It's also visible on the live stream, but do we have any formal comments or anything that should be read out on the live stream? I remember when I first joined the party back in the early days at National Congress, we actually had a rule that, and multiple chairs over the years would actually try and enforce this rule, but they never seemed to get away with it. It wasn't in the standing order, it was an unofficial rule that if you were an in-person attendee, i.e. you were attending and you used your voice to talk and you voted in person, then you weren't allowed to participate in IRC. That was the rule. You couldn't text chat and voice chat.
JedB's saying that maybe there's a conflation here between legal recognition of what sex a person is with the issue of who someone's attracted to. I don't think that's
Yeah, like the idea of poly relationships is more than 2 people.
LGBT.
Yeah.
I don't
Poly
think it's
is about more than 2 people, surely. I mean, you can have 2 people with, like, LGBTI relationships, or you can have, poly relationships with a combination of, I guess, regular relationships combined with LGBT relationships, because you've got more than 2 there. So, well, for me, that's part of the story anyway.
Jed, if you proposed an amendment to replace LGBT persons with queer people, then I would probably, I'd say that was reasonable.
So do we have a wording for the proposed amendment from Jed, or from anyone who's interested? Actually, anyone can propose amendments if they like.
Personally, if I was to change it at all I would probably do is add a plus after the LGBT, just because I feel like it's a much safer policy position to make that kind of as broad and recognizable as possible.
Sean, would you agree with saying queer people rather than LGBT persons?
Not necessarily, actually.
Okay.
That's because of the... It's because while queer is generally recognized by, like, queer people themselves, like, ourselves for a lot of stuff, it's not necessarily recognized across the entire Australian population. And, like, keep in mind that there are still some people out there for whom queer is considered a slur. There's not many of them these days, but they're still out there.
Okay. Is anyone going to put an actual amendment motion, or that's the question?
I will read what Jed's comment was, or proposal, but I'm not going to propose it formally because I disagree with it and feel that LGBT is probably fine adding in pluses, or you could add Q, I, A, and depending on if you want to add B in there, another B in there somewhere as well.
Yeah,
You can probably guess what I'm referring to when the or replacing B with maybe F. But then again, that's being too progressive and pedantic.
But it's just like...
We have a formal comment, David.
So...
Dave, formal comment.
Comment from Mozzie. If you don't read it, I will.
I see it. Okay. In response to Jed B, it's in the commentary section of the policy text, not one of the implementation details. And I agree with that. It's not part of the actual text itself. It's just in the preamble.
Okay.
I have a couple of procedural items to remind people of with regards to the process of Congress. So since moving online, we've been a little bit more, I guess, slack is the right word in terms of speaking order. When we had in-person congresses, we were quite strict about speaking order to ensure that everyone had a fair chance of participating. Since the last 2 years, we've been a lot less strict about it and allowed conversation to flow a bit more freely. But please do bear in mind that that we do have some procedures to follow. One of those is regarding formal comments for live streams. So I'd ask that for any formal statements to be read out by the remote chair, that we leave out the business of the remote chair, and so if there is a try if you're on voice, try to defer to myself, the chair, or the person who's currently moving the motion in terms of speaking order. So one other quick procedural item: we've had a request in chat for how to actually propose an amendment. That's a really good point. Probably should have discussed that earlier. So if the current motion on the floor, which is being debated, is PM2 marriage policy update. If you wish to propose an amendment, so the motion text is what is currently on the wiki and what is currently on the live stream. So that is the motion text. Any member can propose an amendment to the motion text. Simply type into chat amendment in all capitals, and then detail what your amendment is. You're either changing part of it, maybe put in apostrophes or something, the part you want to change to the exact text, or paste the whole paragraph, and preferably make it your proposal as brief as possible, using quotation marks to represent the exact text that you want the final thing to be, or else make it really clear what exactly you want to change. So for this amendment, I'm assuming Jed's probably typing one up now. The authors of the motion have the option of accepting that amendment, in which it'll automatically be integrated into the text, or alternatively, whoever proposes an amendment can request it to go to a vote, in which case the the members of Congress, the attendees at Congress only, full members, will then be given will then be able to vote A or nay, and if that passes, then the motion gets updated. I'm not. Jed's on IS here, so I can't see if he's typing, but I think it's probably safe to assume that there is an amendment coming on the way. So I'd like to give it another minute or two just till we see that eventuate. And in the meantime, if there's any more discussion that can happen, then sure, let's go ahead. Just remembering that formal comments are the responsibility of the remote chair, and also remembering to defer to the current person putting forward the motion, or else myself, the chair. Okay, so Jed has just indicated he's withdrawing his amendment, so that's fine. So we can go. We can now go straight on to voting on PM2. So Sean, you're the one who's spoken the rationale for this one. So I'll give you the option of actually placing the vote. So all you have to do is type in text chat in capitals.
Motion advanced PM2 and is amended.
In lowercase.
There was no amendment.
Or accept PM2 as amended. Yep.
Oh,
No, that was my amendment.
That was, yeah.
Okay, the voting is open. Place your votes.
Thank you for everyone who's been prompt with their votes. Just waiting at the clock, 1 minute left to go.
Okay.
And that's been 3 minutes.
Okay, that one passes unanimous. Thank you very much. All right, let's move on to the next item now, which, as suggested, will be PM6. So we're scrolling right to the bottom of the page. PM6, right to repair. This one's put by John August. John, are you in chat?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
I can, but I've lost you from my screen. My live stream might be bugging out. But hopefully everything's fine on the stream. So take it away.
I've got the audio. That's all good.
Okay, so we're all good. Okay, all right. So yes, if you scroll down, there is the position statement there. Now, by way of introduction, a position statement is something that's a bit short of a change to our policy, and you can see it can just be a lump of text rather than a sort of a preamble and a set of points. So that's a position statement is actually something, my understanding is the National Council can actually do it in between these congresses, but given the Congress was close, we thought we might as well park it in the things to endorse. So you can read the text of it there. I'll just read out the rationale and maybe add one or two things. The right to repair is an issue with a strong resonance with our general position in terms of personal freedom and intellectual property. It has been developing increased prominence of late. Nevertheless, while we have been making submissions and media releases on the topic, we do not have a formal position within our policy. As an intermediate step, articulating a position statement seems to be worthwhile, and so I put this motion supporting this policy statement forward. I suppose adding one or 2 points that aren't currently in the rationale, it's worth recognising that the Greens have got some influence in the ACT government, and as part of consumer law, they've actually been pushing for right to repair. And I think there have been meetings of consumer affairs ministers between the states that have sort of basically said good things about the right to repair. Now, I would say with the right to repair, that does fit in to our ideas about copyright and intellectual property, because I do believe the Greens want a lot more control of intellectual property by the creators, at least in their framework, while we are about sort of backing off from corporations and sort of creators having such a strong hold of intellectual property. So that's something where we are different to the Greens. I would suggest that it really fits in well with our overall policy framework, while with the Greens it's much more a function of an individual there with a personal passion to push it forward. There have been times where people in the Greens have pushed digital rights, but when they've sort of removed from the scene, they don't push digital rights so much. One time the Democrats were very strong on secular policy till the person pushing that sort of fell away. But I do think that our intellectual property policy position is stronger than any one person and will certainly persist as people move into and out of the party. But anyway, I suppose that's what I'll say in support of it. I could read out the thing, but I assume it's there for people to read if they want to. So anyway, Alex, there's my commentary there.
Okay.
And after discussion, I guess I can type in what motion adopt, what do we say? We call it adopt position statement PM6. There you go. That's what I will type in when I'm invited to.
Okay, let's open the floor to any discussion, comments, or questions.
Pardon me. Apologies to Astra and Mouse. Star and Mouse, who didn't get on screen, but you were ready to go. You just had to let me know, and I would have started. In the previous discussion topic.
Jed, are you referring to PM2 or PM6? Oh, you can't hear me. Sorry. There it goes.
I'm assuming Jed is watching the live stream and probably can hear us. Yeah, you just responded.
Probably holding his nose too. At the fact that because we're not using a better, freer system, and instead using Google infrastructure.
Well, within reason, I'm certainly happy to accept amendments. One of the things is this policy statement was in circulation before this Congress, but I think the more controversial sort of amendments attracted a lot more interest, while people just went, oh, yeah, whatever, we'll let that happen. And I guess that's a reality. But, yes, within reason, I am happy to accept amendments to the position statement. I suppose one of the most irritating things in the world is when you have a personal project, you tell people about it, then you go off to Bunnings and buy all your bits and you've got them all and just about to start and people say, oh, you should have done this, But anyway, one of life's experiences.
Oh.
Might I suggest while Jed's putting his material together, I don't know, Miles, is it getting confusing if we address one of the other issues in the wings or just wait till this sort of sorts itself out?
Are you referring to one of the other issues with PM6?
No, the other PMs that haven't been talked about yet.
So 3, 4, and 5.
No. We'll need to.
Yeah.
We've got currently PM6 as the motion on the floor, so that's the one we'll need to resolve.
Yeah.
And because it will get pretty confusing. We can obviously make a motion to put aside. We can put a motion to put aside PM6 to work on another motion. That's anyone can make such a motion.
Oh, well, I'm not after anything so formal. I'm just saying that we can have general points of discussion about other things while we're waiting. That's the.
Oh wait, Star wants to provide a response as well. Okay.
I've given Star Troop's not a member, but I've given them guest access.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion to amend PM6. John,
I'm happy to accept the Jed B amendment. So I don't know. Should I start to amend the page, or does someone else want to do it?
I've got it.
Okay. All right. Very good.
Oh, no comment. Was confused.
Okay. Well, let's say I've accepted Jed B's amendment. So does that mean we can go straight to vote, or do we want to wait a bit longer for?
We should. What we should do is get the wiki updated first. Would you like to do that, or is someone already on the page to do it? Alex is doing it.
Unless anyone wants to speak against it, or
yeah.
Well, what happens procedurally is a motion has been proposed, and so John can actually choose to accept that motion, and it's not required for anyone to actually discuss that amendment. It's just a little thing anyway, so it's fine for us to rush through. So that's been accepted. Now, do we have any final comments or questions around PM6 right to repair? I will say that the second line is an interesting phrasing.
Oh yeah, actually. That is an interesting implication there.
Yeah.
What are you talking about there?
I don't dislike it, but it's just
The first sentence of the second paragraph, in conjunction with the second sentence of the second paragraph, implies a correlation or a causation.
Yes, okay, yes, fair enough.
Abuse of intellectual property is rightly increasing in prominence. Repair cafes and other initiatives are opening up throughout Australia.
Well, you could say repair cafes are
undermining the intellectual property right.
Is to some degree a reaction to intellectual property rights, and it is also commented that repair cafes are less able to do what they want to do because of abuse of intellectual property rights. I realise it's only a small amount about what repair cafes are about. They're mostly about initiative and know-how, but, you know, there is a bit of a linkage there. But I recognise, as with so many things, I could have written it better at the time, but we all have lives to lead and other things to do, and we sort of fit things in when we can.
Well, it looks like we still have a little bit more discussion going. So we'll leave that for a moment.
Okay.
Well, actually, I suppose one thing might be better. Awareness of the abuse of intellectual property is rightly increasing in prominence. Okay, repair cafes and other initiatives are opening out in Australia. Their application has been somewhat constrained by the abuse of intellectual property. Do people approve of that as a slightly improved wording?
John, are you able to put that in text for us so we can read it?
It seems like commentary on the state of things, which I can see how that factors into your thinking. But is it necessary to have that line there at all?
Well, I suppose another option would be to move repair cafes to the end of the first line.
I suppose it does feed into the intellectual property, and
I think there's a certain flow there that while, you know, it was obviously an accident at the time, but it does sort of flow together would also be my other sentiment there. But one option would be to put repair cafes and other initiatives are opening up throughout Australia at the end of the first line, and then move abuse of intellectual property is rightly increasing in prominence, and then put that at the front of a right to repair has both the rights and an economic foundation. No, actually, I'll just say, just put the line of repair cafes and other initiatives are opening up in Australia at the end of we support a right to repair. So are people willing for me just to edit that while I'm here, or do we want to discuss it more?
John, you can just, it's nice to offer it up for a discussion, but you are free to make an amendment.
Yeah, I agree with the gist of it. I was just trying to move things along.
I mean, we could just leave it as it is. I mean, the perfect is the enemy of the good, if people have heard that maxim.
Okay, Sean's got an actual proposal on the table now.
Okay, well, we have a amendment proposal.
Sean's got an actual proposal on the table now.
So, John, you have the you have the option of accepting that proposal if you want.
Let's see. People have started to take notice of the widespread abuse of intellectual property in Australia, particularly in the repair sector. I think I would say, particularly in the repair sector, including
such initiatives as repair cafes. So that's almost what Sean has said. But let's just say, look, I will accept Sean's amendment and then add an extra amendment of my own to put to replace particularly in the repair sector, comma, including initiatives such as repair cafes. And I would like to think that hangs together and flows reasonably well. Now, Alex, do you want to edit that or do you want me to edit that?
I'm doing it now.
Okay, all right, very good. In any case, I have to admit my computer's gone a bit funny and the tabs have sort of like frozen. I mean, I can still type, I can still talk, I can still click on things, but the tabs have gone a bit funny. So I think I can do, that's right, I can't even do a damn refresh. Oh dear.
Okay, have a read of it now.
Mm-hmm. Let's see now. Let me have a look here. Here we go.
I'm chucking one more edit of my own in, John, with your permission, particularly in the repair sector, which includes initiatives such as repair cafes.
Yeah, that sounds good. Okay, so okay, all right. Current proposed motions. There we go. As I say, the tabs on my computer have gone a bit funny, but I think I can access this now. Okay.
Okay.
People have started to take notice of the widespread abuse of intellectual property protections in Australia and beyond, particularly in the repair sector, including initiatives such as repair cafes. All right, well, I'm happy with that, and hopefully everybody else is.
Okay.
Jed B's quibbling, but as I say, I think I will put my feet down and say the perfect is the enemy of the good, you know? I'm sure people want to talk about contentious issues like 18C. All right. Well, anyway,
John, if you'd like to put the motion, then I think we're ready for it.
okay.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Motion.
Okay. And
Adopt.
I've got the actual text on stream.
Okay. Okay, adopt PM6 as amended. There we are. Okay. And I will say aye. There we are. Okay, I wonder, is it for Alex or Miles to declare the motion carried, or I think it's not for me to do that.
Okay, Roger, what do you want?
We'll wait for 3 minutes.
Okay, very good.
For voting to end first.
Yeah.
Oh. That helps. I basically had a. That's what that little bit thing was a notified by one of the people that say, you can drop me now. Oh, oop, none. No, next time I should format these as a page so it can do automatic stacking and all that. I think I can do that. I'll see.
Just a suggestion, moving on. It looks like we should discuss PM3B before PM3A, because if we get rid of the entire section, then 3A is no longer relevant.
Is my keyboard loud? Okay.
Can't hear you, Alex. So, Dave, that's not a bad suggestion.
I can't tell who's typing.
Well,
Do we have any commentary from the motion authors, Roger, Andrew, Alex, Sean, about the order that 3 should be?
well, we could have a thing where you basically have a vote where you knock one of them out, which may be a bit brutal, but also might be pragmatically best, because people will have a choice between 3 motions in a sense. So how do we pick between them? You could say we have one motion which either passes or fails, and if it passes, then a lot of things are sort of gotten off the table. But then there's the order in which they are processed, which might give the first cab off the rank a bit of an advantage. So basically a 3-way vote might be the best way of resolving it. But anyway, that's a suggestion. I think it is for you, Miles, the chair, to actually make a call. Perhaps there can be a procedural motion, but I'll shut up now.
Okay. PM6 voting closed, and that motion has passed. Thanks. All right, let's move on to PM3. Now, this one is a 3-parter. So this has happened a number of times in the past. It's fairly common around controversial issues such as this, where there'll be differing opinions and a number of people will have their own preferred option going forward. So what we do in these cases is we have multiple options, sometimes as many as 3 or 4, sometimes more, as has happened in the past. And the procedures for this can get a little intricate. Typically, what I'd suggest would be the most effective way forward is that we hear the motion which has the most dramatic changes, or rather has the most extensive changes, I suppose, and then we vote on that one first, and then we go back in order from most extensive changes towards least extensive changes. And that seems to be probably the most efficient way to do this. I'm happy to hear any other suggestions. We have a couple of people saying 3B first, which I agree. It is probably the most extensive, as it just simply repeals the position statement. So Roger and/or Andrew. Andrew, you've requested to speak to the rationale on this one, but Roger, you've contributed to this one as well, so you're both welcome to speak. Andrew, would you like to take it away for PM3B?
Currently... Oh, wait. Wait. Okay, copy. Okay, Control B. I'm getting you on there, Andrew. Sorry for that. Oh, wait. It probably helps actually do the transfer. Yep, that'd be Control S. I apologize for that. Okay, yes. I click copy link. Ignoring under wrong name, but you're ready to go.
Okay, thank you. So, PM3B, the issue there for me and why I endorse this particular position is really about the subjectivity of the phrasing in this. Now, when you talk particularly about the idea of being offended and having that as the criteria as it applies to the would-be victim of a crime, that's fairly unique in law as it goes. Subjectivity is often brought in on the perpetrator side of things, the state of mind of the person. Did they intend to do what they did? Blah blah blah. But it's rarely or never applied in terms of the subjectivity of the victim. So, here we have this notion expressed in this law that, the target of this speech is subjectively interpreting what's being said to them or said about them. And then we're allowing that the law would judge the speaker as being guilty based on how somebody felt. And frankly, that's not okay, because I'm offended by all sorts of things, but I don't think it should be illegal. And there is where I see the problem. You can choose to be offended by just about anything. You can interpret things in all sorts of crazy ways, and having a law that says, on the basis of your subjective feelings of offence, that someone else should be prosecuted is well, I find the very notion of that offensive. We're giving way too much power to the government to decide what being nice means, essentially. That's the major issue I have with this, really. Is there anything else important to say there? There probably is, but I can't think of anything else off the top of my head right now. But that's the crux of it. The only item in that list of things that didn't feel like that at all was the one remaining criteria. What do they call it? Harassment. Harassment is pretty much like intimidating somebody, and you have to physically act in some manner to do that, and it's recognisable and definable in law, so it's not subjective like the other two. That's probably enough. Did anybody else have anything they wanted to say about this one?
Thank you very much. We can see the debate's already started in text, but do we have anyone else in video or audio who'd like to advocate for or provide rationale for this policy amendment?
I'd just like to ask a more general question. I realise that I should know this, but have we actually, what do we actually say in the policy? I realise there's our position statement about free speech, hate speech and 18C. Does our policy platform actually say anything about this, or is the only thing that comments on it the position statement? Because I cannot see any reference to 18C in the set of policies.
So it is there. Yes. It's just a little bit hidden, so you have to scroll down to.
It's not
just
linked
control
directly
18C
from the position statement, but it is clearly referenced.
Yep. Yeah, so it is a specific line. However, it's a two-parter. It's not. It never was just repealing 18C. The full text is repeal 18C, comma, ensuring that pre-existing common law protections are sufficient to manage all cases of intimidation and harassment. So that's the official policy statement. I'd also like to quickly add a personal comment of my own. Sean in text has said that the position statement PS 2020-02 has committed us to reconsider the policy of this Congress. That's actually incorrect. When we drafted the position statement last year, it was specifically worded so that we would not be committed to making policy changes as a result of it, but rather suggested that we were open to making policy changes and we would consider doing so in the future. So we did so on the basis that that was a practical, achievable policy position to stand from, rather than what we had been going with previously, particularly during the election, when we were saying, yes, we do want to change that, we do want to look at that. this is a more affirmative position, saying that no, here is a more concrete position we can take.
Because I have to say a bit of a comment there that the position statement doesn't overwhelm the policy item. It's more a generic commentary on the policy item rather than a replacement. I think Andrew is sort of positing it to have more strength than it actually does or is supposed to have. I mean, it hasn't reversed the policy position, so I'll make that observation.
I didn't say anything about the position statement at all.
Hang on.
No, but all three of A, B, and C propose to repeal it.
The motion is to repeal the position
I'd like
statement.
to note that 3B.
The motion is to repeal the
Andrew,
position
3B
statement.
does propose to repeal it. That may have been unintentional. Did you want to modify that? Or potentially Roger made that addition?
Yeah, I was pretty sure. I was working under the assumption we were talking about the actual policy, which has an explicit statement. We're saying right now that we would repeal 18C. And clearly people didn't want to just repeal that, or some people didn't. And this 3B position here was, to me, essentially about going, well, all right, there is a slightly softer position there in which at least the harassment phrase of that is reasonable because it's not subjective. But the other two parts of the statement of the existing 18C law are subjective and I think should therefore be repealed. So in my mind, this position, this proposal is about modifying the actual policy.
Okay, so can we get Roger then to just clarify whether 3B is intended to repeal the position statement? Because there may have been an oversight. It sounds like there was a miscommunication here.
Yeah.
Roger, are you still around?
As written, the entire motion for 3B is repeal PS 2020-02. That's it. That's literally the entire motion. It's just repeal the position statement and effectively revert back to how we were
It is within the
in 2019.
So as a matter of procedure, then people should know
the
that
rationale
if you...
seems a bit ambiguous because it says 18C must be repealed. So yeah, it does look like it may be.
As I recall, the rationale on B, you guys, was written in part addressing A and C.
So as a procedural note, I should just say that anyone who wants to keep the position statement but not make any other changes, then you have the option of simply voting down every motion and advocating for that. That is procedurally what you can do. So leaving PM3B as simply repealing the position statement offers an additional option for us to proceed forward. Roger, how's your audio? You ready to speak?
Wait. I'll quickly get that set up then.
I'll just jump in quickly. Just the comment here from Jed. There are a couple of options here. We can keep the position statement and drop the repeal, but this would go against the core party value of freedom of speech. I agree. Also, I have repeated this over the last couple of Congresses, but I've always considered that state law already criminalises actual instances of assault and defamation of character. I don't see why we need this to be mandated at a federal level at all.
Satch, do you want to read out the rest of Jed's comment?
Pirate Party, but we as in Australia.
David,
sure.
we've got a formal comment from...
We can keep the position statement in the current policy, but that would be contradictory. We could drop the position statement and soften our position on 18C. but this would weaken our core party value of freedom of speech and still would attract criticism.
Cool. Am I on?
Yes, now you are.
Yeah, we got you, Roger.
Sensational. So, actually, Jed's comments are pretty much aligned with my thinking as well. That the position statement itself indicates that we're not really strong on the position in our policy. The policy is aligned with core pirate principles of personal liberty. So I think there's a contradiction there. We either need one or the other. My personal view is that the policy as it stands to repeal 18C is fine. Again, aligned with Jed's comment that the only thing that's left if you do soften it is basically physical harm, which is covered by other laws at the state level. So it's unnecessary for anything other than offence, which is against our policies. So that's a bit roundabout way. But yeah, so my rationale for 3B is, and my motion would be to drop the position statement as it undermines our policy and to keep the policy as is. Happy to field questions.
Yes, that seems to be the best way forward. So we retain our issue with the 18C Act, but not just repealing our position statement.
Sean, continue. Sean, continue.
I suppose, as mentioned previously, the big sticking point with this one is trying to find an appropriate balance between supporting free speech and not being viewed as racist or unnecessarily discriminatory.
Just a comment from Liam. The Pirate Party does not need to be concerned with tribal issues. Oh, sorry, does need to be concerned with tribal issues. Presentation matters. The way we've presented our position on this up until the position statement last year was actively detrimental to the party. There is absolutely a way forward for the party that is true to our values of free speech, while also affirming that not all speech is, I'd probably say lawful speech, but this is free speech.
And then also probably putting Jed B's discussions with Liam.
Sean, were you finished speaking there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Clarification from Liam. I don't think people were strongly in support of the Act as such, more that they didn't want to outright repeal it without simultaneously making sure that the necessary protections for minority groups, etc., were enshrined in law.
Which was always meant to be our opinion all this time. Wasn't it?
So my comment didn't actually get read out, but I'm here, so I'll just read it myself. I dropped my support for PM3B and instead support PM3A along with Alex Jago, which includes a dropping of the position statement. So I think that's probably the better of them, given current discussion and so on, for many of the reasons that have just been discussed. So
on a procedural note then, Roger, do you still want to maintain 3B? Do you still want to hold on to it before the floor?
I have a feeling if it goes to vote, it's not going to make it. But yes, that would still be my position.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. And I respect that as a position of principle. It's very important to have a say or have an opinion and then advocate for that, even if you think it's not a not necessarily a popular one or one that's likely to succeed. I think that's very important. So we still have a little bit more discussion going over text chat. But it seems like it's starting to slow down a little bit. Comment from Alex?
I mean, most of what I want to say is, I guess I'll say it when we get around to thinking about 3A on its own. But yeah, I substantively agree with Sean's points. And just as Andrew is willing to withdraw in favor of mine, I'm willing to withdraw in favor of Sean's. Though I'm not sure if Andrew is willing to withdraw in favor of Sean's. So we'll get to that when we get to that. Mostly, I would like for this to stop being an issue. I don't know how we're going to get there, but that's what I want. I would very much like to never talk about this ever again and spend our time talking about copyright reform and basic income and secular right and you know, fucking off private health insurance and fucking off private school subsidies and all of our refugee policy and our hopefully to soon to be adopted poly marriage policy and all of the other good shit that we have, instead of endlessly fighting this incredibly uphill battle where it's so easy to take us out of context. This is Jed. This is a tactical a tactical shield in many ways. It's okay. The law is, if we make the change to the law that we just take out this thing and this thing instead of repealing it entirely, sure, it's an absolute clusterfuck. So is lots of other law, and it's so much harder for people to take us out of context if we do so.
Alex, I support what you're saying as a pragmatic thing. I mean, it's all very well to be principled, but our principled position in the past was so liable to be misrepresented, and I do consider that a reality. And I really don't feel strongly either way about 18C, but I guess I would like to move on to other things like you would.
Yeah, people will always take us out of context, as Jed says, and I'll read out Jed's comment that the only way to make it stop being an issue in a non-harmful manner is to reaffirm our commitment to freedom of speech and firmly tell censorship advocates to fuck off. I would love to do this, but I also feel like adopting the tiniest bit of nuance can have basically the same effect, and with a heck of a lot less effort, and frees us up to talk about other things. People will always take us out of context if they want to, but we don't have to make it easy for them.
Yeah, my prime issues with the Act is the use of subjective terminology like offender insult, because it moves it from the field of objective behaviour and makes it all about the reaction of the person that may be addressed or come across something that you've said.
Well, as such, we can still reform 18C and address your concerns there. I think that's on the table. So,
yes, it is. Yeah.
Jed comments, if we adopt the 3A or 3C view on 18C, then that's basically what Malcolm Turnbull tried to do in 2017. And so Jed posits that will attract much the same criticism as we did then. With respect, I don't think we will, due to the fact that we are the small and relatively minor pirate party and not literally the government.
We are the niche party. We're not like this big thing that attracts, that's a big target, you know, we're a small thing.
Labour and the Greens are going to criticise pretty much everything that Malcolm Turnbull does at the time. I genuinely feel that we can, effectively make this a non-issue while barely changing our policy. Sean, because these are all mutually conflicting amendments.
Actually, I'd like to step in here. I agree with Sean. I think that 3B is not conflicting with 3A or 3C.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
It's my view that we can go for a vote on 3B and it can pass or fail. And we can then go, assuming it passes or fails, we can then go into 3A and 3C and vote for either one of those, and there won't be necessarily an impact. So I would suggest that anyone who's in favour of the position statement to vote against all of these motions, if anyone wants to keep the position statement. And if you still want to amend our policy around 18C, this may be the last chance to do it before we move into voting. However, I'd like to give one last chance for advocates to speak for PM3A, which purely 3B, sorry, which purely repeals the position statement, and then I'd like to consider a vote on procedural motion 3, on policy motion 3B. So do we have any final comments on 3B specifically? Anyone who wishes to advocate for it? We have a little bit of commentary going in text chat still. I'll give that a moment.
Startube, I'll...
In a simpler case, it's true.
Dave, would you like to read out Liam's comments when they're finished?
Sure.
Yeah, it's just his most recent one.
I would suggest we keep the position statement in place while also making the policy changes as suggested in 3A or 3C. Yes, I agree with that. The only thing that we would really preclude is PM4 because that's not going to be there if we repeal our position statement.
Well, I'm sort of...
Okay, in response to Liam, I'd suggest that, if I can jump in there for a moment, thanks, John. I'd suggest that, Liam, if you were in favour of either 3A or 3C, and you wanted to keep the position statement, but you also wanted to amend our policy, Liam, I'd suggest you propose an amendment to 3A or 3C in order to remove the section which says repeal the position statement. As anyone wanting to keep the position statement should vote against PM3B, and anyone who wants to amend the policy but keep the position statement needs to propose an amendment to 3A or 3C. Now, this is a little bit confusing. There is a few layers of bureaucracy here, but I don't think I can make that any simpler. So I'll give Liam a moment just to consider that and decide what to do, or anyone else who'd like to keep the position statement, because at the moment there is no option to keep the position statement. At the moment the position statement is going, and anyone who wants to keep it is running out of time to take action.
If you want to keep the position statement, then you can convince, then you could argue to vote all 3 PM variants down. I'm happy for Liam or someone else to put an amendment to modify 3A, as in I'm happy for 3A to be the test case for such an amendment.
Alex, can I get you to make a procedural change? So we have, so the people who are sponsoring each motion has actually changed. So PM3B is only Roger now, and to my understanding, PM3A is only Andrew now, but PM3C is just Sean.
No, I'm
correct in this.
I've indicated a willingness to withdraw 3A in favour of 3C if it comes to it, but I'm still sponsoring it.
Yeah, okay. You want to keep sponsoring it? Okay. Actually, sorry, I'm slightly incorrect there. So you can't. We don't actually have a mechanism for transferring sponsorship. You are only able to withdraw your sponsorship of a motion. So Andrew, you're quite entitled to withdraw your sponsorship from 3B, but procedurally, to my knowledge, there's no mechanism to transfer that to 3A. I guess unless Alex withdraws from 3A.
Here's an interesting thought then. I might just stay on 3B because it's not an either or thing effectively, because we can withdraw the position statement, which 3B suggests, but I could also vote in favour of 3A or 3C, right? And that would not be a conflict. So I'll stay there.
Go team 3B.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think we're about ready to move to a vote on 3B. Before we do, I'll just make one final personal comment. Liam has quoted the position statement a couple of times, and I myself, I believe, from memory, I believe I contributed a fair amount to that position statement. I'm not sure if I wrote it all, but I'm pretty sure I contributed that. And that last line, that last paragraph, and particularly that last line was one of mine, which I'm particularly proud of, as that is a statement from a very old anarchist text, and I thought it was pretty appropriate considering our left libertarian leanings. Emma Lazarus, that's right, one of the big early anarchist thinkers, and the Dr. Martin Luther King also is quoted as saying that. So there's a lot of history behind that statement. I thought it was very powerful and very important to include. And I think my personal understanding of pirate politics is that we would all agree on, broadly, we would all agree on something similar to that statement, that as long as we care about living in Australia and we seek to make Australia a good place, that we all care about freedom, however we believe that can be achieved. So I'd like to move forward to a vote on 3B now. So Andrew, would you like to, Andrew or Roger, either of you, if you're staying on 3B, would you like to put forward the motion to begin voting on 3B, PM3B?
Hold up.
Alex is asking.
Holding oop.
I am. Shall we make this interesting? I will amend 3A to modify the position statement simply to delete the first sentence of the last paragraph. Actually, no. Simply to delete. Simply to delete the final paragraph.
Alex, I don't think you have procedural standing to do that.
No, I'm announcing an intention to do it, which may impact the way that people vote on 3B.
Okay, if you want to do that, we may need to reconsider how we approach these motions.
Okay.
So that is a fairly substantial change.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, yikes, hold up.
We may have. I think the way to do that would be to do a as an entirely separate motion. As a floor motion, I think that may be the way to do it. Regarding position statements, that does require Congress to approve. However, the floor motion would go out to a vote after Congress anyway.
Note 3A, as I propose to amend it, would be change this line in the platform, delete this line in that position statement. So
yeah, my interpretation, that would be a significant change to your PM, which is against the spirit of how the procedure works. The changes on the floor are typically meant to be minor.
Okay, then we put it to a floor motion.
Okay. So what I would suggest then is that we do that as floor motion 1. Sorry, floor motion 3. No. Floor motion 1. Yeah. We need a new abbreviation though, because FM is taken up by 4 motions.
No, that's okay.
Should it be FM3?
We just do a floor motion. It doesn't get it doesn't get its own a massive pile of separate documentation.
this is I'm just trying to think of a nice way to do this, and there's because there's quite a few different options being presented. This isn't necessarily the ideal way to debate and propose changes. So we've got quite a few different things being combined in different groups here, which makes things overly complicated. So it's simpler. It's potentially simpler to go with the options we have. So regarding that floor motion, I'm just trying to figure out an order for where to go, because if it goes before, it conflicts with all of PM3 essentially. So potentially we might have to vote on one or the other. However, if people, what if members want to? There are members who want to make an amendment to our policy regarding 18C. Then they won't have an option to do so. They'd have to repeal the whole position statement by going with one of PM3. I just thinking out loud here. This future situation could potentially be could have been resolved by potentially a PDO or a PDC, which is reviewing these more carefully and is actively planning for an efficient order to vote on these motions in. So for anyone who is going for PDO or willing to be on the PDC, this would be a good learning moment to consider for future national congresses about how they can be run efficiently. David, did you want to read out that conversation in text chat? Because I think that's important.
Sure. Actually, does that mean that the social justice types who want to make everything about politics were actually in favour of free speech all along?
In sarcasm?
Yes, obviously. And the various socialist parties of the last century may disagree with you there. And if the position statement is repealed, well, a new motion could be introduced, but it would have to be written first. So that could be kicked over to PDC, I guess.
I think we're looking at some of the earlier stuffs.
I didn't scroll up enough.
Mandrake, just let Dave read the stuff out without adding any side commentary, please.
Okay.
And Dave, you too. As a remote chair, your scope is to read out the text, but not to add your own personal comments until you've finished reading out the comments.
Yes, of course. Okay, so moving up a bit, we have Sean. Not exactly. Inciting violence is illegal. Advocating violence at the political level is both legal and effectively constitutionally protected, according to the doctrine of freedom of political speech under Australian jurisprudence. You can't rally a mob. You can organise a political party. Most basic example, advocating war is constitutionally protected. I think that brings us up to speed. Proposal for 3A, delete the final paragraph of the position statement, change the 18C policy to be the following line. Well, that's going to, yeah, I mean, they're almost equivalent. The only difference is a slight change. Yeah, well, effectively, they're both to repeal. But we already have that in.
The difference. I'm proposing to amend my own motion, but Miles thinks it's substantive enough to require a floor vote. The difference is that instead of repealing PS 2202 in its entirety, we merely delete the final paragraph. The remove the words blah 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 bit is identical to what I already had.
Yep.
That's what I'm proposing for 3A now. I would simply put it, but Miles thinks we need a floor vote. I'm putting this before we vote on 3B because then.
That's a That's a good suggestion, Sean. So that would be the ideal way to do it initially. I think that would definitely be preferred as, and I'll make a personal comment here. Everyone here probably shares the opinion the US government is utterly dysfunctional and a general failure of democracy. And one of the symptoms of that dysfunction is how members of the American government will regularly combine vastly different changes to the law together in a mega bill.
Yes.
Where there might be things like billions of dollars in defense spending alongside a few $1 million in education spending and infrastructure and random changes to other laws, all bundled together all at once. And then what they'll do is they'll hold hostage certain parts of that in order to push the other ones through. I think that's a terrible, terrible way of doing politics, and I feel like that's what's happened here. So as I've mentioned earlier, we can learn a very good lesson from this, and when we're preparing our policy motions, especially on complicated or controversial issues like this, it's better to make them simple and not bundle them together and rather split them up so we can work out an efficient way to actually process through them. So I've double checked the standing orders, and there's no reason. So Alex, there's no reason, no legal reason why you wouldn't be able to amend your own policy motion. So to be honest, if you want to do it, there really isn't a reason why I should restrict you. But I'm just concerned that this is a very complex situation and very complex proposals. And Sean's proposal actually resolves these. There's not necessarily an easy way to split them up. Actually, no, that's a lie. There is an easy way to split them up. We need to get all of the sponsoring members for each of these motions to approve Sean's proposal and then simultaneously amend all of their motions, and then someone to sponsor the new motions as floor motions. I think that would be the way to do it. So what's being suggested here is that PM3A becomes amended.
No, we can't. If we add a 3D, that's a new motion, not even a small amendment. And in that case, we might as well suspend standing orders altogether to introduce brand new combined motions.
So my suggestion for moving forward is that PM3A is amended so as to remove the statement and repeal the position statement. PM3B is withdrawn entirely. PM3C is amended so that we remove the statement, remove PS202. Then PM4, which is, one second Alex, PM4, which is John's motion with his approval, we will add PM4B, which is to repeal,
which is to replace the current text of PS 2020 with blah.
Yes, so we can either add PM4B to repeal the position statement, or we can go a floor motion to repeal the position statement. So what's essentially what Sean's proposing here is that we remove all proposed changes regarding the position statement out of PM3. So we're purely voting on the policy itself. Go ahead, Alex.
Hang on, I was just responding to Jed. I do not believe we can't add a new variant to John's motion.
Okay, so if we can't add a new section to John's motion, that's fine. We can do it as a floor motion.
Well, I must say this whole situation is perhaps more complicated than I thought, and yes, maybe my text is better off being part of a position statement, and I do recognise that in retrospect. And I think I've sort of said in text that I'm not overly attached to my text, but to the extent that it does good and people recognise that, well, I'm happy to run with that, because for me, it's a less contentious position statement than the original one that wraps things up in a nicer layer, while not like people can just say repeal 18C if they want to, and it's still compatible with the position statement I've put forward, because it puts a different context. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. I'm relaxed with how things work out. Okay, well, I'm good with that anyway, so there you
go. We just need to confirm with Roger and Andrew and Alex. They all approve of this to go ahead as well?
Yes.
Can I just confirm what that would change 3B to?
3B stays as is.
So 3B would be withdrawn, and then PM4 would be amended so that with the text of 3B, and you would be the sponsor of PM4B. 3B stays.
Yeah, look, I'm still in favour of an option that purely repeals the position statement and keeps the current policy as repealing 18C. So as long as that fits in one of the variants, then I'm happy with that, and I'll sponsor that one.
That should be except 3B and block or not pass A and C.
Alex, would you like to do the honours? So just procedurally, then we won't make a change to 4. We'll just keep 3B, but the only changes will be 3A and 3C. So Alex, would you like to update the text then, as all the sponsors are approving now?
Yep. Hang on. Let me formally state mine.
Okay. While that's going on, I'd also like just to quickly clarify with John. So John, your PM4, you intend to add that to the start of the position statement. Is that right? So we just block your text on top of the existing stuff.
Yes, I'm happy to do that. I mean, let's just say as a matter of style and how things mix, maybe some minor amendments to wording might be good. But yeah, that would be, I think, a worthwhile thing. And anyway, I'm happy with that, yes.
That was your original intent, is just what I'm clarifying.
Yes, all good.
Okay. So there's one other text as well. Yes, John?
Hang on, I have to update the wiki text still.
Yay.
No, it's just Alex updating some text, motion text. So the other thing which needs to be done as well is the motion text the text for a floor motion needs to be put together. And Alex, that's your position statement amendments. Alex, an amendment to the position statement will conflict with PM3B. So we need to decide now whether we're going to do the vote to repeal or the vote to amend it first.
So 3B goes first, you're saying?
I'm still suggesting we vote on 3B first, but Alex wants to amend. Alex wants to have a motion to amend it instead. Amend the position statement.
I mean, if we
yeah. If we vote to not if we do not vote to remove the position statement, then the way PM4 is worded would imply modifying it, and I'm happy to put the change that I want to put, which is to say, hey, which is to get rid of the hey, we're going to come back to this line as part of that. If we vote to remove the position statement in its entirety by adopting 3B, then the change I want to put, which is to remove the "hey, we want to come back to this" line, is completely irrelevant anyway. Does that make sense?
No.
Yes. Well, if 3B passes, then PM4 is no longer relevant, but we can still then vote independently on A and C regarding our policy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Yep.
So that's something I was just considering. That we could potentially repeal the position statement and then take PM4 to adopt it as the new position statement.
Mm-hmm.
However, then Alex, your proposal is entirely lost. Okay, that's a good suggestion, Alex. All right, I'm happy to move forward with a vote on 3B.
Cool, I'll put that in.
Final comments?
Hang on. How?
Just hold voting. What do you want, Alex?
What procedure are we using here? We've got 3 incompatible motions.
What do you mean 3 incompatible motions? 3B is we've got a proposal there to go forward. So if we got 3B first, that can coexist with 3A and 3C, and also PM4 now under this current proposal, under your current latest proposal.
3A, 3B, and 3C are meant to be mutually exclusive. I guess they aren't now.
They're not
okay.
Anymore.
And they never were. 3B could always coexist with the other 2.
A and C are both just proposed policy changes.
No, they are.
Whereas, sorry. Whereas, 3B, I don't see a conflict here, assuming that we take PM4 to be a potential new position statement.
Yep, I'm happy to have that interpretation.
Okay, cool.
That's not actually part of the motion. That's just a comment.
I think
which someone has added.
I think it's been removed.
It was intended as a comment. As a direction.
Yeah, it's a comment by the document author. A suggestion from the document author, not a binding instrument, I believe.
Well, that's been how we've done things in the past. When we've had mutually exclusive proposals, then procedure has been only put one of them forward to the party. And I felt at the time that 3B was mutually exclusive with A and C, in that if we adopted 3B, we would adopt 3B but not adopt A or C.
But now we can do both. Well,
yes.
Either A or C.
Yeah, so
this method of splitting up motions has been purely one of convenience, and we don't actually have any standing orders, or to my understanding, bylaws or anything in the Constitution about it. So
3A and 3
purely arbitrary enough to.
A and C are still mutually exclusive, and I've updated the note to reflect that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, so let's put the motion forward for 3B then. Roger, if you'd like to do the honours.
Hang on. So if we adopt 3B, then we adopt PM4 as just as position statement, or PM4 as amendment as position statement 2021-01. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And that still goes to vote.
Yep.
Oh. Secretary, please do your thing.
Place your votes.
Thank you.
I'll do it.
Yep.
Looks like a winner. Winner, chicken dinner. Yeah.
Oh, we've still got a few minutes to go. We can still have a couple of minutes to go. With the number of abstains, there's also a chance this motion may actually lapse, but we'll need to count the numbers.
What's the ruling in terms of abstaining?
So it's simply if insufficient people vote on the motion, then it doesn't pass. So the requirement, I want to say a simple majority.
Let me pull the thing up.
Yes, it does, except the member posting the vote isn't affirming the position. It's passive. Oh, it's not.
Yeah. 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 We came on this last year or the year before or the year before that. And we actually had to modify the standing orders and we agreed that a simple majority was sufficient for floor votes, or was the correct majority for floor votes. Okay, hang on. Let me just count.
So we've only got one nay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Okay, that's long enough for us to close voting as well.
Abstain. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's.
Let me have a look.
Hang on. Sean, what are you quoting? What a time. Did we miss this several years ago? That I would honestly believe that. 3.13.
That's for National Council, not for National Congress.
Yep. All motions must be carried by an absolute 2/3 majority of the National Council.
The standing orders for Congress under announced motions are the simple majority of those present is required.
Because remember, Congress has the double threshold. You have to. The floor motion is just a first cut filter.
Yeah, and the standing orders specify it's a simple majority of those present, but there'll need to be probably more abstains.
And abstaining is not considered.
Anyway, so Alex? What's the count?
I make it 11 ayes, 1 nay, and 4 abstentions.
Well, that passes.
Yay!
Sorry. Yep. Yes.
Yes, if the abstains aren't considered.
Well, that would make sense. That would mean the majority of people didn't care. One person did.
Yes, yep.
Or 1.5.
Okay, let's move on to 3A and 3C. Now, 3C is probably the more extensive. The more extensive changes. Sure, go for it, Sean.
Apology. Okay, I thought. Okay.
Sean, if I can step in here, we've run well over time. Can I ask you to start wrapping up in the next 30 seconds? Okay, now PM3C is contradictory with PM3A. So Alex, would you like to speak for 3A now?
Sure. Firstly, I guess I should declare that I am probably on the progressive side of the progressive libertarian split in the party, and I'm sure everyone reading this will recognize that. I want to. I propose to adopt a much smaller set of changes to 18C, which is merely to remove the words offend and insult. I feel like these are I feel like humiliation is kind of borderline. There's lots of ways in which you can humiliate someone which go beyond verbal. But offense and insult are completely indefensible. So I want to propose, I'm proposing 3A as a smaller set of changes targeting the most egregious issues. I feel like, insofar as we have an 18C policy at all, it's much harder for anyone to take this out of context because it's incredibly minimal.
Alex, you were dropping out a little bit there. You appear to be having some connection issues.
Me?
Well, if we
Yep, Alex.
Sorry.
Can I say something?
Hang on, Mandrake. Alex, can you check your connection?
I can hear people, I just maybe...
I suppose if 3C fails, then we can still vote on 3A as a minimalist form of the same intent.
So that's actually going to be my suggestion, that we vote for 3C first. If it passes, then 3A is automatically rejected. However, if 3C is rejected, then we vote on 3A. So this is my suggestion because 3C is more extensive. Alex, did you want to add on to or follow up?
If we vote on them separately, then I will vote for both. If we vote on them one versus the other, then I will vote for mine. That's the... Jed, if that happens, then I will accept your I told you so with good grace.
Actually, hang on a second. Do you guys want to know a real mindfuck? I've just reread them carefully, and I think 3A and 3C actually aren't conflicting. I think 3A is included in 3C.
Yes. 3C goes further than 3A. But
therefore, vote on 3A first, right?
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Yeah. Yep, good suggestion.
Yeah, we'll vote on 3A first, and then if you don't want to do either of 3A or 3C, then vote no to both. If you think 3A doesn't go far enough, then vote yes to both. Seems reasonable.
All right, sounds good. So let's go. Let's move forward with a vote on 3A. Then, actually, is there any final commentary? Anyone who wants to speak for or against 3A specifically, with the understanding that 3A and 3C are not contradictory? So we'll vote for 3A. Then we'll go to 3C.
Sorry, just a very quick clarification. I was under the impression that the point in 3C was intended as a replacement for 1A entirely. So it would then replace the offend and insult, which means we couldn't then vote to remove it. But perhaps I'm reading that intention incorrectly. Are you considering adding a whole new point, or? Offend and insult, yep.
But humiliate is a source of tension between 3A and 3C, to my way of thinking.
Yep.
Yeah. So what we do is we take a vote on 3A, and then we take a vote on 3C. And if the vote on 3C passes, then we automatically withdraw 3A.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, just waiting a couple of moments for any final commentary.
I can imagine political cartoons might be problematic in relation to that.
No, Mandrake, there's still no sound there.
Oh, right. I do see that. I do see that. That is not particularly smart of me.
All right, Mandrake, while you're working on that, Alex, can you put the motion for 3A, please?
Does that wording make sense?
Yep. All right. Place your votes.
So this is the conditional one.
Yep.
Sorry, Sean, you should be back.
Okay, can people in the stream hear me now?
I can hear you.
Yes.
All right, you're on the stream now. Okay, vote is ongoing. Started at 5 p.m.
Deadbeat.
Yeah.
Miles, is that change of vote?
Yes. Yep, changing my vote.
Well, looks like 3C might get up anyway. But I'll take care of it.
The procedure is we're currently voting to basically say pass 3A conditional on 3C not passing, if I understand correctly.
Yeah, that's just
This is the procedure?
yeah, I'm doing that just to avoid, without a shadow of a doubt, having to put both 3A and 3C forward.
But wouldn't it make sense? Because if 3C doesn't, if it fails the wider member community, then they could still have the opportunity to vote on 3A if we did move both of them.
So if
I think we have to accept that one filter is this Congress, and then basically the general membership gets to ratify or not the outcomes of this Congress. I realise that means that denies the membership all options, but they do have the option of ratifying or not ratifying our decision. So I just think that's just built into the system, and you've got to accept that.
Is there any way we can put them both forward as mutually exclusive options?
we could have done that.
How much of a mess it's been just with this small group. Now imagine doing that like over email or something.
Yeah, the point of Congress is to be a filter on stuff like this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The members had the choice to attend Congress too, so
that's time, incidentally.
Excellent. Can we have the count on that one then, please?
I make it
Yay.
Excellent. All right, let's move on to 3C. There's already been plenty of discussion about this, so let's go straight to a vote. Sean, would you like to put the motion?
I believe that's correct.
Yeah.
Would you like to fix the spaces?
It's fine. I'll type it up separately.
All right. More complete version.
Looks like this might be a close one.
I think that makes sense.
Another minute left. Alex, are you timing this?
You said place your votes at 17:04, so in 15 seconds, then I think we can close it.
Okay, well, we may as well close it now.
I just have to count people.
All right. Would you like to do that?
There's 3. Well, it passes, but I'm still counting. Is the conclusion? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I make it as 8 ayes, 4 nays, and 3 abstentions.
Do you want to? Can we put that in text chat? Okay, we're now about 70 minutes over time, so this is a very good spot to finish business for today. As a quick note, though, before we end, our agenda for tomorrow, the first item on the agenda is nominations, and that's quite a that's quite an anticipated one. That should be quite good, and we should be able to get through that one fairly quickly as well. So I'm going to suggest that tomorrow morning we resolve the National Council elections. Then we have lunch, assuming it's around 12, which should be the case. Then we have a guest speaker arranged for after lunch. And then after lunch, we resume with the final policy motions, which is PM 4 and 5. And those should be fairly quick to get through. And then the final items after that, assuming we have time, will be to address discussion about future strategy and direction of the party, as well as other related free discussion. Based on some of the, it's typical for national councils coming in, candidates rather, for the National Council to have some discussion about the direction of the party and party strategy as well. Typically, there'll be proposals for changes to make. So those discussions will naturally bleed together. So thank you very much, everyone, for coming today. It hasn't been a short day, it has been a long day, but it's been a productive one. We've had many congresses in the past which have been similarly drawn out, but haven't been productive. And there's been a lot of back and forth. So I'm really pleased and proud to say that we're much better at getting through these than in many previous years and previous congresses I've been to. It's much, much smoother. And also the technology and processes are much, much smoother. Today's been a very, very good day. So thank you very much for everyone who's attending. The attendance again has been very good this year. I look forward to a really good tomorrow. One last thing before I go to a vote to close Congress, I'd invite anyone who wants to hang out and chat, please feel free to do so, jumping into Social Friday or General Voice, one of those. I'm probably going to tune out and get some dinner and then get into some maths or physics study, but please feel free to hang around and chat with each other. Okay.
So 10 a.m. start tomorrow again?
That is the plan, yes. So we'll try and get on about 9:30, start hopping on.
No worries.
Place your votes, close Congress, day 1. Just on a personal note, I'm really loving this stream layout. This is something that I've been talking about for ever since 2019, for 2018, for over 2 years now. I've been concepting and visualizing something similar to this in terms of live streams. it's quite good, and all the diversity of faces in everyone looking forward is really cool as well. Everyone has such different, interesting backgrounds, and such variety in people being involved.
Okay, well, anyway, Miles, thank you for sharing. That's been good. So, yes, it's good to be a part of.
All right, thanks all. I shall see you in the morning.
Sounds good. All right.
Okay,
Cheers,
I'll close voting
Just
there.
wait for the motion. Yep.
Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Some of you might want to hang out and chat afterwards. All right, let's bring the stream down.